Good morning.
Ms. Hassim.
Morning, Chair. Chair General Khumalo is ready to continue his evidence today.
Thank you. I'm not sure after such a longish break whether I should again have the General take the oath or whether we should just remind him that he's still under his oath. I'm sure he has not forgotten. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Commissioners.
General, you are still under your oath.
Yes, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Where were we?
One thing, Ms. Hassim, like I did when we started with the General, besides the statement, what do you suggest? Which volume of the annexures do you suggest we should have in front of us immediately?
For this morning, Chair, I would ask that you have two files, the statement file and the file with annexures. It's just marked annexures.
Annexures. The one we got today, early this morning. The ones. That's the statement. Oh,
It's
two.
It's marked annexures, and it has a batch of annexures that are numbered SDK 1 all the way through to about 40 something.
Got it. I've got it. I've got both.
You've got both. Thank you, Chair. You will need at a certain point the additional folder that you were provided, but I will alert you when we get there.
You'll indicate when.
Thank you, General Khumalo. Before we were rudely interrupted, we were about halfway through almost of your written statement. We'd stopped just as you had begun dealing with WhatsApp conversations that were retrieved from Mr. Matlala's phone. That evidence has now been covered by Witness X, so we need not cover that ground again. So can I ask you then to turn to page 39 of your statement? And the heading of this section is the events leading to the Gauteng counterintelligence operation and further evidence of infiltration of the criminal justice system. Is that right? You've got that. So when I look at paragraphs 89 to 92, it seems to me that it's quite pivotal, this event that you begin to speak about here, which is the assassination in Vereniging. It seems to be a pivotal moment in the investigation of criminal syndicates. Do you agree?
Yes, I do agree, Commissioners.
And can you explain to the Commission why that is?
Thank you, Commissioners. As I explained during my first part of my testimony, that my involvement in this operation was, and it's still twofold. I am the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, which is responsible for the Gauteng counterintelligence ops or operation. And I am also the project leader of the political killings task team that played a role in the Gauteng counterintelligence operation. The main part of my testimony under this part or today will be through my role as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, as I'll be talking mostly on the on these Gauteng counterintelligence operations. This is the operation that served as a catalyst of the whole discussion of my testimony, as evidence has been laid before, that it was as a result of a hit or the murder of Mr. Armand Swart, who was an employee of a Q-Tech company in Vereeniging. According to our investigation, that was a mistaken identity. He was not the intended target, but that is where the whole investigation started, the whole investigation that led to the registration of a counterintelligence project under Gauteng Province of Office of Crime Intelligence. It is this investigation that led then to the arrest of Mr. Molefe later on, after the initial arrest of the hitmen that were arrested hours before the murder of Mr. Swart. Later on, as the investigation was...
You mean hours after? You said hours before.
Hours after the murder of Mr. Swart, the hitmen were arrested and the firearms were confiscated that were suspectedly by then used in the commission of that crime. The further investigation then, when then by then, this was just a Gauteng organized crime investigation when the hitmen were arrested. Then as then the investigation progressed, that is when then later on Mr. Molefe as well as Mr. Madlanga on other related cases. But maybe if I may first confirm that it is Mr. Molefe who was then charged with the killing of Mr. Armand Swart. But I'm introducing Mr. Madlanga because that is when then the cartel started to shape up when we were doing then further investigations.
So is it correct, if I understand your statement, written statement correctly, it's this investigation and your involvement in this investigation that led you to expose and to basically have sight into infiltration by criminals of the criminal justice system, is that right?
That is very correct, because that started to come up when then we were doing what we normally call in an organized crime investigation, going up the ladder, taking the investigation further. So at the initial stage of the investigation, the role of the involvement of criminal justice system was not clearly visible, other than the fact that one of the hitmen was by then a serving member, a warrant officer in the South African Police Service.
So that you were aware of at the time of the arrest of that officer, but as your investigation went on, more members of the SAPS became exposed. Is that what you're saying?
That is very correct. We have cases, the organized hits or the contract killings that we have investigated and we are still investigating as part of political killings task team. We have picked up that the hit coordinators as well as hit orderers, they have adopted this new way of recruiting the serving members of SAPS to serve as hitmen. So the arrest of a warrant officer Tau as one of the hitmen did not come as a surprise to us with that experience.
So you said a new way of recruiting. What is that? What do you mean by a new way of recruiting members?
So maybe if I can, without wasting much time of the commission, if I can take the commission back to my first parts of my testimony, I had indicated that the recruitment by the organized groups in the form of syndicates or cartel is very targeted. So they will want to have more of their members that have experience or are still serving within the criminal justice system. That includes SAPS.
Okay. Can we turn then to your involvement and when you became involved in the Vereniging matter? And can we begin with the letter from the prosecutor? And I believe that was on the 5th of August, 2024, that the prosecutor, this seems to be when you started to get involved. Before you start, can you turn to page 159 of your annexures bundle? And that's SDK 15. SDK 15, page 159.
Yes, I'm there.
And can you just tell the Commission what this letter is and what it's about?
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. Maybe with your permission, Commissioners, before I get to the annexure as directed by the Senior Counsel, it will be crucial that I introduce another subject of our further discussion that is contained in paragraph 91 of my statement, introducing another parallel investigation that came as an instruction from the National Commissioner for the same team that we were putting together, also to investigate that case involving the kidnapping of a prominent businessman, Jerry Boshoha. So as the project or this Gauteng counter-intelligence operation was moving on, yes, it started with Aman Swart case, but then it was soon after that joined by this investigation of this kidnapping case. I'm introducing it because I'll be talking more about it as I move on with my testimony. But then going back to the annexure on page 59, that is dated the 5th of August, 2024.
Just for purposes of the transcript, 159. You said 59.
Excuse me, Commissioner, page 159.
Thank you.
The annexure is about the letter that is dated the 5th of August 2024. That was written by the senior state prosecutor who was working together with the investigation team on this case of Aman Swart. That letter was addressed to the immediate commander or supervisor of the investigating officers, which is Brigadier Khopane. It was also addressed to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Gauteng, which is General Mbuso Khumalo, also addressed to the Provincial Commissioner Gauteng, which is Lieutenant General Mtombeni, and also addressed to the Deputy National Commissioner of Police at national level, Lieutenant General Sbiya, and the National Commissioner of Police, General Masimola. The letter was with regard to the concerns.
Just to pause for a moment there, General. So it was not addressed to you, this letter?
No, it was not addressed to me.
Can I just make a correction on your statement at paragraph 93, Chair? Where it says on 5 August 2024, Senior Prosecutor Ronel Kutsia addressed a letter to me and Brigadier Khopane as the provincial head. That was actually to General Mbuso Khumalo.
Indeed, Commissioners, that is correct. I'm not sure whether it's an omission or it's a typo or it's a mistaken identity.
Or a ballistics typo.
We have that as Khumalos, that we are confused sometimes, and the statement it's written, or it reads like the letter was addressed to me, followed by Brigadier Khopane, whereas the Khumalo, that is one of the addressees, is Major General Mbuso Khumalo, who is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Gauteng Crime Detection.
Thank you. So what was the purpose of this letter?
The purpose of the letter was for the Senior State Prosecutor to share, firstly, to share with the management of South African Police at all levels regarding the risks that the investigating officers were facing in terms of their safety as a result of this case that they were investigating and the Senior State Prosecutor was prosecuting. So the letter is listing the reasons that made the Senior State Prosecutor to believe that the lives of the investigating officers were at risk. So it was recommending or requesting an agent assistance by powers that be at provincial as well as national level to ensure that proper measures are put in place to protect both the investigation as well as the investigating officers.
Thank you. Perhaps you could read paragraph 16 of the prosecutor's letter, bearing in mind that it refers to witness A and B.
Reading
Paragraph 16, yes.
Reading paragraph 16 on record, it reads, you are requested to urgently arrange for the safeguarding of especially witness A and B. There is a real danger that their lives are in extreme danger, and these organized criminals will do everything in their ability to try and destroy evidence against them and or to seriously derail the trial. It has just now become so much easier with Tau, referring to the former warrant officer who was part of the arrested hitmen, having unlimited access to technology and his syndicate friends and family.
And to be clear for the record, witness A and B that you referred to are the two witnesses who have given evidence in this commission.
That is correct. During my testimony, Commissioners, I'll be referring to them either as investigating officers or as witness A and B.
Thank you. So after this letter is sent by the prosecutor, at paragraph 97, you say that on 8 August, Colonel Ntuli was instructed to conduct a threat and risk assessment. Can you first begin by explaining who Colonel Ntuli is and who issued that instruction?
Thank you, Commissioners. The normal standard operational procedure within our crime intelligence environment, because the threat and risk assessment are one of our responsibilities. If we can refer back to the addresses where the letter was sent to, there is no reflection of anyone who is within crime intelligence. So the requester will send the letter to the immediate commander of the member or the members involved, as well as the provincial and national top management. So in this case, after the letter was received by the Provincial Commissioner Gauteng, he then channeled it to the provincial head of crime intelligence in Gauteng province, which is Major General Likalakala, who then assigned that investigation of this threat and risk to a Colonel Ntuli, who is the commander of counter-intelligence investigations within Gauteng province, who was then instructed by not one of the addresses, but by the Major General Likalakala, the provincial head of crime intelligence, to conduct that investigation.
What does that investigation involve?
Without maybe exposing the whole methodology, which is mostly of covert nature, I will say it looks at the individual as well as the all types of security around an individual or a subject of investigation, starting from where the individual lives to where the individual works and to the lifestyle itself, as well as all other people that are interacting with the subject of investigation. It's a process where after all those are identified and the information collected, there will be a thorough analysis that will be checking the facts collected against the threats and vulnerabilities as identified then from the requester, to determine the likelihood of that, because by that time it is looked at as a potential risk. That analysis will be done then to determine the likelihood or the unlikelihood of that potential risk then to materialize. That is what, in short, in brief, the process is all about.
Thank you, General. And so what was the finding of this particular investigation, threat and risk assessment?
The finding of this whole investigation or the threat and risk assessment against the investigators on this case was found to be, the risk level was found to be high, which is the highest level of risk assessment.
And if I can just ask you to turn to page 162 of the annexures bundle. So that's SDK 16, 162. Is this the affidavit by the colonel who did the TRA?
That is correct, Commissioners. It happened that during a bail application of one of the accused, the need came for the threat and risk assessment that was done to be used or included then in the state case. But then because the threat and risk assessment report itself, it's a classified document with all the details that would not want it to be made public, then the decision was taken that the Colonel Ntuli, who was doing the physical threat and risk assessment, submits the statement that confirms without details the threat and risk assessment that he conducted.
So when did he conclude his TRA? When was it signed?
The threat and risk assessment itself was concluded during August, and it was signed off on the 16th of August.
So the fact that this affidavit was signed on the 17th of May 2025 is not a reflection of when the TRA was conducted, but because this was for the purposes of the bail application, it was at a later date.
Yes, Commissioners, that's what I was explaining, that the affidavit was done way after the threat and risk assessment was concluded. It was just meant for bail opposition.
Thanks. So, General, the next two paragraphs summarize what witnesses A and B were to come and provide evidence onto this commission, and we don't need to traverse that. It's there in your statement, and the witnesses have now testified. Can we please go to paragraph 101 of your statement, because this is where you say, this is where you became involved. After the threat and risk assessment was concluded, you were approached for assistance. Can you explain that, please? Who approached you and when?
Thank you, Commissioners. As it's also part of our standard operational procedures, the provincial head will receive the final, according to their level, the final threat and risk assessment report before signing it off, and then the provincial head will go through the threat and risk assessment, including the recommendations that are included, and then if it happens that the provincial head is of the opinion that that particular threat and risk assessment need to be escalated at national level for their views and also for their concurrence, depending. That happens mainly with the high profile threat and risk assessment and also those that are rating the risk at the highest level. So that is what happened in this case. My office was approached by the provincial head of crime intelligence in Gauteng with a view of briefing me and presenting this draft threat and risk assessment for my concurrence and my input.
And what type of input would you have provided?
After a thorough briefing and also going through the draft threat and risk assessment, there were lots of red flags that pointed towards being a very serious, different threat and risk assessment. in the threat and risk assessment, even from the request by the senior state prosecutor, there were reference made to the syndicate, knowing that the syndicate, to sustain its activities, it needs the strong support of the criminal justice system, which is then also inclusive of South African Police Service. So, looking at the request and looking at the draft report, then my office then was not comfortable with the recommendations that were included in that TRA. Hence, then the inputs that had to be included involves the registration of a counterintelligence investigation project.
Sorry to interrupt you, General. You described the TRA, or perhaps more the situation than the TRA, as open quote, different, close quote. What do you mean by that?
Thank you, Commissioner. The reference to different is most of the threat and risk assessment requests and investigations that will do, it will be mainly where the potential enemy, if I may put it in a layman's language, of that particular subject of investigation, it's someone that will have a plan to neutralize as soon as possible. So the use of unusual or different refers to the emphasis that was put from the request to the TRA itself, that was talking to a syndicate. Now, a syndicate meant that we need to identify all other potential risk areas other than to concentrate on, for an example, other than to concentrate on the name that was mentioned in the request of a warrant officer, Dow. So we had to take it further and define the syndicate. So as then we are able, now, because the request and the TRA were making reference to a warrant officer Dow and the hit squad or hit men that were neutralized by then, it was going to be looked at as a usual TRA. But because of the emphasis and evidence of the involvement of a syndicate that has not yet been identified, that's why then we looked at it differently and we use it different as a weight.
And that was your call?
That was my call.
And so what did you recommend?
Then, as I've reflected, that I recommended that we register a counterintelligence investigation, which was going to focus mainly on the identification of the whole syndicate, because now to have countermeasures or protective measures that are directed towards Dow and those that are arrested already was not going to be effective according to my assessment. That is why then the decision to register the counterintelligence investigation to identify more of those that might be involved in the syndicate. In order to protect, as I reflected during my initial testimony, that a counterintelligence investigation is there to protect the operations of the South African Police Service. Now, the operations, they include both the operators or the operator as well as the activities. In this case, the investigation itself, that it becomes a success.
So was it through those investigations that you were able to identify Mr. Molefe as a suspect?
That is very correct. It was through the counter-intelligence investigation. That was now, maybe before I get straight to the answer of the question by the senior counsel, let me explain the second most important recommendation that I had included in the initial draft TRA presented to me by the provincial head of crime intelligence, Gauteng. We also recommended that after the counterintelligence investigation is registered, because we registered it as a project, after it has been registered, it had to be meshed with the Gauteng organized crime investigation.
On South Africa's Golden Coast,
Wow, wow, wow.
wealth is measured differently.
The West Coast offers a lot of value for money.
Why chase square meters in the city when you can own the horizon?
The sound of waves crashing against the rocks is just magical.
Luxury has a new postcode.
Absolutely spectacular.
Listing Coastal South Africa starts Wednesday, the 5th of November on BBC Lifestyle.
Both counterintelligence investigations and organized crime investigation of Gauteng.
Thank you, General. I'm sorry to interrupt your evidence, but Chair, it's come to my attention that some of the annexures and contents of the witness's statement is being projected in public. I wasn't aware because it doesn't come up on the screens in front of me at all. But as a result, information that should not be public is being made public. And may I ask that there's no projection unless I request it?
May we take an adjournment, a brief adjournment, and I would like for us to meet the people who do the projection outside immediately, please.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
adjourn. Yes, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, Chair. General, so we left off, you were describing that it was at this point that you set up the GCI ops. So just to recap, and correct me if I'm wrong, that comprises the counterintelligence investigation together with the organized crime team and the investigations in Gauteng, yes. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioners. And maybe to add that once the operation reaches that level, before the registration, because now it was the combination of both the counterintelligence investigations coordinated at the divisional level, which is national office, and the investigation was at a lower level, provincial office, the organized crime investigation. So when you are in that situation, that's when then before you marry the two, then you brief the National Commissioner, because now he's the one also in charge of all provinces and divisions.
And it's at this point that you request for members of the PKTT to be seconded to this operation. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners. As I reminded the Commission that I was and still playing the dual role of both the project leader of PKTT as well as the Divisional Commissioner of Intelligence. So when then the GCI Ops was born, one of the shortcomings that we identified was firstly the approach itself. The investigation was following what I referred to, and I will still refer to it as traditional way of investigating, which is not suitable to investigate organized crime. So we had to then have a discussion with the Provincial Commissioner of where the PKTT is operating in the form of requesting the support. Because it was clear, because already some of the cartel members had been identified. Now, for that type of investigation, we needed to switch from the traditional way of investigation to the organized crime investigation, which I referred to as analysis-driven and prosecutorial-led investigation. Hence, then, beginning of November, we started those discussions and we agreed with the Provincial Commissioner KZN that we are going to request the analysts, all types of analysts.
Let me pause you just for a moment, General. When you say we had those discussions and we decided, who do you mean by we?
I'm referring to myself as the custodian of GCI Ops as well as the project leader of the PKTT with the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal where PKTT is based.
Okay, so you were discussing this with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, continue, I interrupted.
And then the first batch, or the batch of the experts that we had to assign to the GCI Ops from the PKTT were, as I've said, mainly experts. We had to get a ballistic expert because from the information gathered, it was clear that it will be another investigation support that the team will need. We also requested the digital forensic analyst who then was going to assist in the form of, because the organized crime, it involves lots of gadgets that we are using on our daily lives. We also needed the call data analyst specialist because of the communication that needed then to be analyzed and be used as evidence. We also had to request 3 times crime scene investigators. By that time, it was clear from the information collected that there are lots of other crime scenes that might be needed the team to zoom into. Hence, then the crime scene experts had to be 3, so as then they are able to cover all those identified crime scenes. And it also had a lot to do with the reconstruction, because they were not fresh crime scenes. So it needed experts then that can be able to do the backdating of crime scene management to try and create the picture as to what happened 2 years ago in this particular place. Hence, then we had to request 3 of them. We also had to request the operational analyst. The operational analyst is the one that is collecting all the reports from different analysts and put them together to paint one picture. So it's an overall analyst that must be able to read and interpret the digital forensic analyst report, the ballistic report, the call data report. So we needed that center of an analysis. We also realized that we need the overall commander. In the PKTT, we had developed suitable commanders that are able to understand all the different work that is done by experts. That's why we had to be specific, because in most cases in the police you'll find a commander who's a specialist in visible policing commanding or crime investigation commanding. But the capability that we had built in the PKTT was for the commanders that are able to understand all that is expected to be done in a multidisciplinary. It must be a person who must be able to supervise the ballistic analyst, not by being an analyst, but by understanding what needs to be done. Hence, then we had to include in our list an operational commander. Also, the other aspect that we requested was the designated firearm officer. That talks to the characteristics of most of the syndicates, more specifically this cartel, as I referred to last time, that one of the common denominators is for the cartel members to specialize in private security, having companies that are dealing with private security in order to collect as much firearms as possible. So for that we needed an expert then in the firearm area, from the importation to registration to managing or controlling those firearms. And we also had to request an investigating officer who was going to join the 2 investigating officers that we had at the beginning The purpose for that was twofold, was to assist them in the caseload, because the cases were increasing almost every day, but most importantly was to try and bring someone with the idea of the PKTT's method of operating to link with the two initial investigating officers, so as then we upgrade, maybe it's a wrong word to use, we upgrade them as quickly as possible to be at the level of the PKTT investigation. So hence then our request was for 10 of PKTT members. 10 is made up of those experts that I've explained.
Sorry, General, you said something I would like to explore. You talked about the level of PKTT investigation. And my question is, why did you need the analysts from the PKTT? Could you not get them from, say, Cape Town or within Gauteng or the Free State or Mpumalanga? Why did they specifically have to come from the PKTT?
Thank you, Commissioner. The main reason is we have seen what we have achieved within the PKTT. We will receive an expert from their respective units. Yes, they will be experts, but there will be lots of other areas that will have to work on to make them, to improve on their fields of expertise. The first one being, in the PKTT, we prioritize accountability at all levels, that you have to account for whatever that you are doing, which is normally lacking at unit or station level. And also, the other difference is, as specialists are operating within their fields, they only see themselves and what they have to do. There is no link where you link the different aspects, so as then they can give you the desired results. And maybe to add, the other reason is the turnaround time of whatever that is happening in the PKTT. We have made it such that it's far much better than the normal SAPS units or stations are operating.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you give us a practical example of this turnaround time that you refer to? What would be the difference in the PKTT versus what you say is not the same in the normal SAPS units?
Yeah, maybe so as I don't make the work of the Commission difficult, I'll quote on one of the evidence that has been led here, which is the ballistic analysis. We put it such that the ballistic experts must understand that he or she is playing a supportive role of the investigation. The more time you spend on producing the report, you are delaying the investigator. So now, because each and every investigation has got a plan, so the physical worker, the investigating officer, would not want then to miss the targets and the timelines because of a particular specialist that is bringing his or her own turnaround time. I will say where we saw it working for us was or is the ballistic analysis. The reason why we normally use it is In our report, we were flagging on ad hoc cases that will be generated from the intelligence-driven operations where we're looking for firearms. So in most cases, those operations will be on Fridays during the proper time, but on Fridays. So because we will be having a target that we have intelligence that is in possession of a firearm that was used in a particular case. So the work of a ballistic expert will start Friday midnight or Friday or Saturday morning when we come back with that firearm. The target is by Monday when we go to court to enroll the possession of unlicensed firearm. It's already linked with a main case that we're investigating. But all the turnaround times are made shorter because they have to fit the investigation plan, whether it's called data analyst. If the request by the investigating team to the call data analyst is to quickly analyze the movement using the towers, that will be given then a shorter turnaround time because it has to allow the taskings and the responsibility of the investigator to continue so as then the investigation plan is not delayed because of the expert. So it's one of the reasons why we had to tap on the tried and tested personnel from the PKTT. Our timeline, although it's not included in my affidavit, but if we look at the time the experts joined the GCI Ops, which was the 19th of November, and with a quick briefing for them to understand, and thereafter they move separate ways to start doing what is relevant to their different fields, and they bring it back. And then by the 6th of December, we were ready for the takedown of the first target, which is roughly 2 weeks from the 19th to the 6th. That's another example.
So that's 19 November 2024 that these 10 members were seconded to GCI Ops and they began their work immediately.
Yes.
And you say they were recruited specifically for their expertise.
Yes.
And you couldn't obtain that kind of expertise in Gauteng through the normal units. You've explained that.
Yeah, it's not, thank you, Commissioner. It's not that we could not, the expertise and experts are there, but the way of operating, starting from the attitude towards your work, which is more about, because I think I indicated previously that the way of the methodology in the PKTT it's different from the normal SAPS way of doing things. Every day there are accounting sessions, every day. When you go out, maybe let me start by, you don't go out to do what you think and feel needs to be done. A day before, the team will sit, and then the operational analyst who's having all the information in front will then give the direction, which will give rise to the taskings that the investigation team must go and obtain statement from A and B. And the statement must contain these. And then when that comes, then the team will sit again to account and verify the feedback, whether it's talking to the. So we wanted, because we could see, as I've said, they were, because this now was a different operation, with a counterintelligence investigation, as I reflected that one of the objectives of counterintelligence is to neutralize the threat. So you cannot then leave the threat being there for ages. So the quicker you neutralize the threat, then the quicker then the level of risk is going down, because there are lots of logistics that are put in place to make sure that the investigation and investigators are protected. So for us to achieve that, not that we undermined the experts that are all over the country, but we thought that we rather opt for the ready-made group that is suitable for what we have on hand.
General, why can't the mode of operation of the PKTT be replicated throughout the country? If at the end of the Commission's life, that is in terms of the testimony led before it, we are satisfied that indeed the PKTT works better than the rest of SAPS. This is a question we may have to answer. That is, why can't that mode of operation be replicated throughout the country?
Thank you, Commissioner. In all our reports, that is included as one of the recommendations to the powers that be, that we recommend that this methodology is used as a benchmark to try and change the way we are investigating crime, because our traditional way is still suitable for normal crime, the assault commons, the assault GPH, but then when it comes to organized crime, the same traditional ways are not applicable. So we will recommend that with all our reports. There's been attempts, Commissioner, if I may divert from my affidavit, there's been attempt, there was a time, a year, where all provinces were requested to send a minimum of 6 members of SAPS to come and sit with the PKTT and learn. So we will have classes at night, and then during the day, we send them out with the teams for practicals. And it was a successful intervention or attempt. The problem started then when they had to go back and implement, because now those that are expected to implement or supervise the implementation were not understanding. You have trained 6 members from Limpopo. When they get back home to their commanders, they are going back to the old ways. Hence, then the second attempt was with Western Cape, where the National Commissioner instructed that the Provincial Commissioner himself be part of the team that will go and learn. One can say that showed some positive results because now the man in charge of the province has got that understanding to implement. So hence then we believe that this model of PKTT can be used as a transition from the normal or traditional way of investigating to this one that is suitable for the problems that we are facing as a country at this moment. We look at, there was a time when I think I had a session with the crime scene experts. Then the first question of the PKTT, the first question I asked as to how many are you countrywide? They gave me the number that is almost 2 times more than the police stations that we have. Then I said, then why then you have your units somewhere instead of having each station allocated the expert that. So as we move, the second most important investigative aid that we will need to prioritize is called data analysis. Almost everybody is having gadgets nowadays, and the way it helps in terms of investigation and also fast tracking. So in trying to answer your question, Commissioner, I was very long, but I was trying to show that there's been attempts, but it won't be the first time that the PKTT model is recommended. It has been recommended by ourselves and then also accepted by some of the principals within SAPS.
At the beginning of your response, you said you made recommendations to the open code powers that be closed code. Who are those powers?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I was referring to, in terms of accountability, the PKTT is reporting firstly to the Provincial Steering Committee that is made up of the top management of those stakeholders that are within the province. So when we submit the report, we include that recommendation so as they can see if they can do something. Same applies to national.
I'm not sure that that answers my question. You said that you have made recommendations to the powers that be that the mode of operation of the PKTT be adopted nationwide. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Yes. Now my question is, who are the powers that be that you made your recommendations to? I would imagine it must be at national level.
Thank you, Commissioner. I started at provincial level. I was moving on to say even within the National Steering Committee meeting chaired by the National Commissioner, even when we are submitting the periodical reports to the National Commissioner, we will include that recommendation. Even when we have to submit the report to the interministerial or even the Ministry of Police, we will include that recommendation. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the initiative of Western Cape team led by the Provincial Commissioner was recommended by the Ministry when then that report was tabled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So you would have made the recommendation to the Minister, to the National Commissioner, as well as other ministers within the Interministerial Committee that was having oversight of the PKTT.
Yes, Commissioner.
So that was a small diversion. Let's return to where we were, the secondment of the team, and particularly because of the importance of the working method of this team that led to the arrest of Mr. Molefe on the 6th. And that brings you to paragraph 107 of your statement. Now, General, you'll see that the next few pages
Unmissable early Black Friday deals on Amazon. Shop now and save big before they migrate.
describes the events that took place on the 6th of December when Mr. Molefe was being arrested, or what you call in Hollywood style, takedown. So that's what these paragraphs describe, the takedown of Mr. Molefe. Now, we've heard from quite a number of witnesses already. The Commission has heard from many witnesses, witness A, B, C, Captain Wanda, Captain Kruger, a range of people right until yesterday. So that's been detailed for the Commission, the details of all of those events. I don't think it's necessary for us to go through these paragraphs in detail. However, I would like you to explain some things for the Commission, including why you describe these events as interference. And I just want to begin by asking you whether you had overall coordination of this operation that was taking place on 6 December.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Maybe to give a little bit of background to the part that the Senior Counsel is directing me to talk to, I'll link it with my last statement that said when the experts were brought in from the 19th of November, and then by the 6th of December, we were ready for the first takedown. And then the investigation with the assistance of all these experts made it possible for us to obtain the warrant of arrest of Mr. Katiso Mlife on the 5th of December. That's when then we had to start preparing for the takedown or the arresting of Molefe the following day. Then, which was then on the 6th of December. So what we did, because within, as I've said, this is a GCI Ops, which has got a lot of intelligence activities within. So there are continuous threat and risk assessments that are done, even when you plan for the takedowns. There will be a lot of pre-activities that will take place. Hence, then, maybe before I get to the 6th, I must reflect that and remind the commissioners that we had carried also that kidnapping case or investigation that was assigned to the team also during around October, November, during the same time. So we had collected a lot of intelligence and information that needed us to conduct then the search and questioning of a suspected person involved. Hence, then, on our planning for the 6th operation, we had to include also that part of searching and questioning an identified target on the kidnapping case. So we had to do that because we had to mobilize additional resources for the 6th. So in order for us not to remobilize the following week for the search and questioning, then we decided to combine both the operations to take place on the 6th.
So the two operations you're referring to then is the takedown of Mr. Molefe and then the questioning of Mr. Matlala.
Matlala, yes,
So both took place on the 6th of December, and that was by design,
by
you say?
design, not a mistake. It was planned to be like that, maybe to add why we had to mobilize more resources. When I was explaining the first batch of experts that came to assist, they were minus the tried, I'll always use these tried and tested combat experts that we utilize in the PKTT. So for this particular operation now on the 6th, we had to also get the support from the PKTT for the combat team to come and assist, because during the takedown, the first concept is to make the place safe for an investigating officer to enter and search and do whatever that needs to be done, and the experts from forensic also to come and do whatever that they need to do. But the other aspects that maybe commissioners I might add whilst I'm there, we had to mobilize extra special task force members from outside the province of Gauteng. The main reason was for a threat assessment that had been done on the second target or second operation, which was the search and questioning of Mr. Matlala, based on the profiles that we have done of his more than 20 protectors that are former special task force members. So we were not going to be able to do our work if we bring the combat team that is less trained than what we were going to face.
Thank you, General. Chair, it's 11:02. I'm just bringing that to your attention.
I hope those watching did not see me shaking my head when Commissioner Baloyi whispered to me. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:20.
Heartburn is caused by stomach acids rising. Gaviscon double action neutralizes these.
Honorable Ngola is out of the Western Cape on other prior commitments. He will not be here today. Honorable Sangoni had said she was going to join us late. She has arrived. Honorable Mngango is another member who will join us late. And the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Malema, is not going to be joining us today due to prior commitments. I think, okay, let me also indicate that Honorable Skosana is here. Honorable Shongwe, I have not seen him. Honorable Nomvalo.
Is on his way, Chair. From the airport.
He will join us. Thank you so much.
Join us during the course.
The next item that we must move to is to administer oath. And before I administer oath, I must do the ethical part. Senior Counsel, just may you, before I do the ethical part, may you confirm to us that the person who is here before us is Honorable Dr. Boshielo, SP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee. I'm pleased to confirm that that is indeed Dr. Boshielo sitting there with a pleasant demeanor. We've consulted with her a couple of times and she still looks the same. So you may swear in, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The ethical part that I wanted to do, and I wanted you to know, which you may already be knowing, is that I know Honorable Deputy Minister very well, Dr. Shela Paulina Boshielo. She comes from Limpopo. I served with her in the Provincial Executive Committee of the South African Communist Party in Limpopo. And I also served with her in the Provincial Executive Committee of the African National Congress. I was their Provincial Secretary in the South African Communist Party and in the ANC. And her husband is also here. I know him very well. He is my predecessor as the former Provincial Secretary of the ANC. So I know the family very well. The husband is sitting there at the back, Mr. Legodi Boshielo. So I just felt that you must know that I know her and that I know them. And because I'm a human being, I'm not infallible, I'm your chairperson. When you realize that the chairperson is biased or is veering off the mark, you should be able to say, chairperson, the sentiment that you bear, think it away and focus on the work that the committee must do. I think it's a very important part that I felt I should do, like I did last time when we were with Honorable Matale. And I also hope that Honorable Dr. Boshielo is the last person I know who will be appearing before this committee. Honorable Skosana. Thank you so much, Honorable Boshielo. We are going to move to the next item, which will be to administer oath. And before we do that, I will kindly want to read the following statement to you that you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which is investigating the allegations made by Lieutenant General Ntantla Mkhwanasi. You have been invited here to provide information to the committee to enable it to do its oversight work as it investigates the allegations made, which include, among others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT, Political Killings Task Team, or the National Political Killings Task Teams. And the other part that is being investigated is the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, SAPS, and alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish, under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. You have indicated that you wish to take the oath so as to be afforded the protection as provided in the same piece of legislation. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Please note this. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside this Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge of relating to the evidence or documents required in those proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17.2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable for a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. So I'm going to request you to make a choice whether you choose to take an oath or you do affirmation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll take affirmation.
Okay, if you take affirmation, you will then follow me. Or okay, let me read what you will have to say, and then you will follow me. You will mention your names in full and then declare that or affirm that I solemnly affirm that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And then you will say, I do.
I will follow you.
I,
Dr. Shela Paulina Boshielo,
solemnly affirm
solemnly affirm
that the evidence that I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So I do.
So I do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boshielo, SP. SC, I'm handing over the reins to you. All the best.
Thank you.
Then it shall be until 13 hours. Unless you finish before that time, you will get directive from the chair.
Thank you. I've got no conflicts of interest to declare. Good morning, Dr. Boshielo. And thank you for your attendance today and your cooperation with us when we... you are currently the Deputy Minister of Police, having been appointed by the President on the 2nd of July 2024. Is that correct?
It's correct.
At the time of your appointment, that was in the new 7th administration, the GNU government, the then minister was Minister Senzo Nkunu.
Yes, sir.
So since that date and up to recently, when Minister Nkunu was placed on special leave by the President, you had assisted him in whatever functions or duties allocated to you.
Yes, sir.
Now, you are aware of what gave rise to the establishment of this ad hoc committee by the National Assembly. There were public statements made by Lieutenant General Nkwenazi on the 6th of July, making some wide-ranging allegations involving the entire criminal justice system, and especially in the police. And you are here to assist us in trying to get to the bottom of it. But as you should know, try and stick just to what you know, what you've seen, what you've heard, what you've said. So as we go along today, if you can stick to that, that will be most helpful to you also.
Will do, sir.
Thank you. Now, if I may just start off with your own experience in public office. You have served both at the province, as the chairperson had pointed out, in Limpopo, and you had also served here as a member of parliament. So just take us briefly. You deal with that from paragraphs 8 onwards in your statement.
Thank you very much, sir, and good morning to members. In terms of my experience in Limpopo, I've served as a speaker of Limpopo legislature from 2015, after being a member here from May 2014. And after that, I was appointed, during the elections of 2019, I was appointed as the MEC for education. And after that, I was appointed as the MEC for Transport and Community Safety. And then after that, I was appointed as the portfolio chair of women, children, and people with disability. And then until here, where we are today, where I'm serving as Deputy Minister of Police. Thank you, sir.
So in your capacity as MEC for community safety, you would have interacted with the police, both the police in the province and also national police.
Indeed, sir, because community and safety means, the police, working with the police and the civilian secretariat. So yes, from time to time, we'll deal with the issue of police as the MEC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You also have quite an impressive array of academic qualifications, which you set out at paragraph 15 of your sworn statement.
Yes, sir. I did my 3-year diploma in transport with the University of Rau then. I have a Bachelor of Degree BCom, 2 Masters MBA and Masters in Transport Studies from University of Cape Town, and I have a Doctorate of Administration from University of Limpopo. And then if you look at our next chart, SPB1, you can also see other qualifications that I have. So all in all, I think there are 31. Thank you, sir.
You would have been assigned some roles and responsibilities by Minister Mkhunu, and more recently, Acting Minister Kachalia. He was appointed only in August, so it's just been a few months. Perhaps describe to us the kind of roles and responsibilities assigned to you. In terms of the Constitution, you were appointed to assist the Minister of Police. So just take us through in which areas you assist the Minister.
Thank you very much, sir. Maybe let me start it the other way around, as we said it, because I know there were debates whether we need deputy ministers or not. In terms of deputy ministers, yes, we are appointed in terms of the Constitution, 93A, as you said, and the president can appoint as much as he could. But looking at the responsibility, it will depend whether you need 1, 3, or 5 deputy ministers. So in terms of my responsibilities as the deputy minister, we get our powers in terms of section 93.2, where we account to Parliament about the work that we are supposed to do, and also assisting the minister to do the work that he will give us from time to time. Although the minister have not delegated, Minister Mkhunu, let me be clear so that I do not confuse which minister, delegated to us functions in take you through that if we do not mind. But also I want to say, although the minister, I'm on number 80, although the minister have not penned down the delegated functions yet, there has been functions that we're able to deal with them arising from also our responsibility of accounting to this Parliament in terms of 93.2. And on 19, in terms of us, the deputy minister, I did not possess any independent executive or operational authority, but accordingly, the deputy minister's primary responsibility is to support the minister in the development and implementation of policy, oversight functions and strategic alignment across the policing sector. So the minister will be the one who determines the scope and the role of a deputy minister, which he did. But also, as the deputy minister, I account to Parliament and serve in the following portfolio committees. I serve in the Portfolio Committee of Police. I see my chairperson is there. I also serve in the Select Committee of Safety and Security in the NCOP. Also, I serve in the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, JSCI. And also, as the ministry, we sometimes have joint meeting with other portfolio committees. 2 weeks ago, I was representing our department with the Portfolio Committee on Health with SARS, discussing illicit tobaccos. And then tomorrow, I'm representing our department and meeting the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement to be able to do that. And also, as a deputy minister, I serve in the following cabinet committees: Justice, Crime, Prevention and Security, JCPS. I serve in the Economic Sector Investment, Employment and Infrastructure Development, ESIT, and also serve in the All Joint Cabinet Committee and Cluster Meeting. I also serve as a District Development Model DDM champion of Nkangala District Municipality in Mpumalanga, but I also am appointed to serve in the following inter-ministerial committees: IMC, the first one, A, Extended Ministerial Multidisciplinary Committee responsible for foodborne illness and illicit trade, and number 2, Inter-Ministerial Committee on the preparation for the 2026-27 local government elections. In terms of the police, maybe let me give you the setup of how big the police department is. The department consists of the South African Police Service, the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI, which we call it the HOCs,
Yes.
and also 3 entities: the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID, the Civilian Secretariat Police for Police Services, CSPS, and the Private Security Industry Regulation, CIRA. As part of the ministry, we account to the parliamentary committees through tabling of strategic plans, budget and expenditure, annual performance plans, quarterly reports, annual reports of all of the SAPS, the DPCI, and the 3 entities. So prior to attending the parliamentary committee meetings, the ministry, together with the national commissioner, the national head of the HOCs, and the heads of the entities and their top management, we meet and prepare the report as per the agenda of the meeting that we are going to attend. As such, the role of the deputy minister, while constitutionally accountable to Parliament, can more appropriately be defined as a layer of strategic support without independent executive powers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. And I also understand that more specific tasks or functions had been allocated to you, for example, to assess the state of gender-based violence across the country. Just talk to us a bit about that.
Thank you very much, sir. The other thing I forgot to say, the role also of the deputy ministers. If you remember, the minister, when he was put on leave, it was 3 days before we had to table our budget in the NCOP. So together with Deputy Matali, we were able to do 3 statements because normally we'll share the entities, the 3 entities, the DPCI, and then give the minister the SAPS. So we had done for the entities, then we had to do also for the SAPS because it was the last day And if we have not done that as deputy ministers, we would have not having a budget by now. So the acting minister, Minister Mantashe, was appointed in the afternoon of the day before the tabling of the budget. So, but we had prepared it and give it to him. And when we went to the NCOP, we said to him, he must just read it, and where we have to come in, we will come in. And indeed, we had our budget passed in that. So that is also the other role of the deputy ministers that people might not be able to understand. Coming to your current question, when the acting minister, Professor Firoz Kachalia, was appointed, we sat together and then we took him through what we were doing and that we were not allocated responsibilities then. So after a week, he then called us and then he then allocated us responsibilities for now, and he said we'll go on. So for now, I've been allocated to deal with the GBVF and all the infrastructure and everything related to it, and he assured also the support for me in order to be able to do that. He also delegated to me to deal with the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy and see whether it is working or need to be changed, and if it needs to be changed, to be able to do that. The third one, if you have read my doctorate, I am specialized in technology. Actually, my topic is factors that impact on e-government services in government, and fortunately, I chose the Department of Transport and Community Safety as if I knew I was going to be the deputy minister. So in our department, we're very backwards in terms of technology. So he sent me to China with the delegation. I just have the name here. Major General Jessica from DCPI, because we wanted to be able to check in terms of technology in all the sectors, what we have and what we don't have. We also have Major General Mabuela from the DCPI, we had two. And you will understand why, because they are dealing with organized crimes and crimes that are really what this committee wants us to deal with. And Brigadier Dubazani, who's dealing with technology management services in the SAPS, and then Brigadier Mtleni, who's dealing with port security, and it's mainly based at the OSHIA, the OR Tambo, and Brigadier Haint, who's the Human Resource Development. And also, I had to present a paper to that international forum in terms of the technology and how we can use it to be able to deal with the issue of crime. And Interpol also was part. Remember, they had their conference here, and then they were part there, and then we were able to share that the crime we have changed is in terms of your cyber crimes and others. So how do we assist each other to be able to do that? So those are some of the responsibilities that the minister have given us. And after coming back, we had a meeting where I reported to him, because also in China, I met the minister of police, just that they call it security, others in China. So I met him, and then I said to him, we would want to partner in terms of the technology, because they took the heads of delegations to see the technology that is used by police there. And it's very advanced. That's why you don't have crime, almost no crime in China, even when they have a population of about 2 billion. So they use the technology to be able to do that. So when I came back, we sat down with minister and the deputy minister, and then we gave reports. And then I suggested that the memorandum that we had spoke about training of detectives. So we need to include the technology part, because when you deal with technology, you can't just advertise it like a tender for catering. because it needs to be secured and make sure that it can be hacked and all those other things. I don't want to bore you with technical things of technology. So we gave a report to him, and then he accepted the report, and then we are going to write a report to the president to be able to suggest that we amend the memorandum to include technology. So it's very supportive and allow us space to do our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boshielo. Sounds like you've been very busy. It's almost, almost exhausting to hear you.
My only day that is, I can show you my diary. Yeah. It's like this diary. Yeah. So my only day that is free is normally Sundays. Thank you.
And it also sounds like the approach of the acting minister is somewhat different to Minister Mkhunu.
Of course, it's different human beings. Surely you'll expect them that they will have different leadership styles.
Now, talking about Minister Mkhunu, of course, this inquiry is mainly about the political killings task team, and on the 31st of December 2024, Minister Mkhunu issued that directive. So just to park it there, did you know about it? Were you informed about it? When did you learn about it? So just discuss that.
Thank you very much, sir. I became aware of the minister's letter and directive, which was issued on the 31st of December 2024, while it was circulating in the social media. And I assumed it was fake until when the minister called me in the early January, around 6-7, to inform me that the letter that was circulating was not fake. He wrote it himself. I thanked him for clarifying the status of the letter, and the minister further confirmed before this committee that he is the author of that letter. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
So what was your reaction when you, did you see the entire letter, which is SP2 to your statement? Did you see the entire letter on social media, or was it sent to you? Did you receive it? When did you first see it?
No, I didn't. It was not sent to me. If you can look at the letter, there's no CC deputy ministers or CC whatever. It was just a letter addressed to the national commissioner by the minister. So it was not sent to me. As I said, I saw it in the social media, and I just thought it was a fake letter. So until the minister called me and said it is not fake, he wrote the letter. In terms of how I felt, I was a little bit disappointed that I thought we were working together, and before you could take out the letter, I've read all the letter, all of it, and I thought it could have, as deputy ministers, maybe discussed it with us, but maybe as the executive authority, he felt that he didn't want to discuss it with me. But I was disappointed, yes.
And you expressed no view on his authority to issue such a directive or the lawfulness of the letter?
As I said, maybe because he's an executive authority. He used that to do that, and I think he had powers to issue the letter, and he used it accordingly.
Mm-hmm. And subsequent to, before I move on that aspect, there was a meeting on the 21st of November between you, Deputy Minister Matali, and Minister Mkhunu, where the political killings task team was referenced. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes, I remember the meeting, but it was not discussed like in full. It was just in passing. Remember, I did not even know what their operations are and what are they doing, because we were still busy calling different sections to brief us, including the entities. So I did not necessarily know about it, and we did not discuss it in details.
Did you know or were you aware of the interministerial committee that was established by the President in May 2018 and where the Minister of Police played a prominent role?
Yes, I saw it when it was presented in the Portfolio Committee of the 5th of March by General Khumalo, when he took us through the background and why it was formed and the successes.
So was that's the 5th of March this year, 2025?
Yes.
So prior to that, you weren't aware of the interministerial committee?
No.
And you obviously never attended any of those meetings?
No, sir.
Because sometimes the minister can't attend and one of the deputies would stand in.
No, sir. The only time that we discussed about it shortly, it was when we were dealing with the organizational structure, and then saying in terms of the matters that we see increasing, how best can we be able to come out with a strategy or a structure, a permanent structure to deal with this. So that was the only one. So I never attended any meeting of the PTY or the IMC.
Now, just looking at the letter of the 31st of December, 31 December, SB2, you'll see it deals with 3 items, 3 categories: filling of posts in the intelligence division, ports of entry, and then the political killings task team. Have you got any views on whether these 3 areas or any one of the 3 areas falls within the executive authority or should fall under the operational authority of the National Commissioner?
My understanding of the work of government, since I've been here and also been an official up until a chief director level and then executive also in a parastatal, is that in terms of the accounting officer and the executive authority, you know, they are interfaced and they are expected to work together. So the executive authority will deal with strategic issues from cabinet, from parliament and others, and then the accounting officer will deal with the implementation in terms of that. So my understanding is that the 2 should have met and be able to discuss issues that were raised in that letter rather than start writing letters to each other. And to say also they were together, we're doing the operation of the safer security, so they should have discussed it because I think they said they were together until the 28th of December when they attended a funeral of one police officer. In terms of the filling, the other one I think of the PKTT I've answered. In terms of the filling of posts in the intelligence division, the minister halted the filling of posts immediately until substantive discussions between himself and the National Commissioner take place. I thought the minister should have provided reasons to the National Commissioner why the process should be halted and what he expects him to bring when they meet so that they can unblock whatever was there and then move over. In terms of the ports of entry, in relation to this matter, the minister's directive were reasonable because it gave sufficient time to the National Commissioner to prepare a comprehensive report at the end of January 2025. So the concerns of the ministers were also clear in the letter. So that will be my take on the letter in terms of the items there. Thank you.
So essentially, you would have dealt with this in a much more consultative, collaborative way.
That's how we should be able to work together, because when the president appoint a minister and also appoint the head of institution at the national level, these two offices must be able to work together. There's no way in which they cannot work together. Unfortunately, it just depends on the leadership style of the people that have to be. And sometimes you need to compromise and understand that it's not personal, but it's about the work that needs to be done. So there is an interface between the two offices. They can't work without each other.
Now, you after the minister called you in early January to confirm that that was his directive and he drafted it, he wrote it, were there any further exchanges or interactions or meetings with the minister in relation to this, especially the political killings task team issue?
No, but the problem or the issue with the letter is that it was already sent to the National Commissioner, and it was addressed only to the National Commissioner. So if he had sought, inputs from me as the Deputy Minister, I should have done. So it was no use for me to even ask to do some input because the letter was out already, and he confirmed that it is not a fake letter. So I did not and had the opportunity to do that.
And then it was an online meeting, the one on the 5th of March before the Police Portfolio Committee. So you were in that meeting, and you also heard Lieutenant General Khumalo make a presentation about the political killings task team.
Yes, sir, I was in the meeting, and I must confess that it was the first time I had a full report of what the task team was all about, its successes, its budgets, and what it's doing. Yes, I was in that meeting.
What impression did you get from hearing the presentation?
Let me not say anything because it's a crime intelligence issue. It should be done auto.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And then,
yes, sir.
What was your reaction to that?
I was very surprised because I must say to you, coming to the SAPS, including the entities, I work very well with everybody. From the National Commissioner, actually some of the issues, the dates and everything that officers from Bloemfontein that were taken by the water in the Hanover, in Pretoria. If you have seen, we're there with the family because the National Commissioner called me, said, DM, where are you? I said, I'm around in Pretoria. He said, the family is here. Can you come and assist me? And then we went there. Yes, it was a painful thing, but I was with him. And I asked him, because everybody was crying, and he was like strong. And I said, you are very strong. And why? He said, no, one of us have to think about what is happening. So we worked together very well. And we buried them, we were together, we did the memorial, we were together. The Deputy National Commissioners also, and the acting, we worked together. The Divisional Commissioners, we worked together. Executive Director of IPIT, we worked together very well. and then the DG of the Civilian Secretariat, and also the CEO of CIRA and everybody. So in terms of working with the management, including the provincial commissioners, they would have even programs now and ask the national commissioner to send me. Recently, in 2 weeks, I was in Mpumalanga, Elukwatini, having a Mbizo there with the chief and other things. And then I was also in Tlatlaganyani in the northwest, dealing with Samazama issues, and the national commissioner and the provincial commissioners were working together. So when General Mukwanazi said those things in the meeting, I was a little bit surprised because we had meetings and he didn't raise those things in the meetings that we will normally have as subs. Thank you, sir.
And then on the 6th of July, we even more surprised when there was a media briefing by Lieutenant General Mkwanazi.
Yes, sir. I was surprised. Actually, I didn't even see it until somebody phoned me and said, "What is happening? Are you watching TV?" And I said, no, I like reading more than watching TV. He said, "No, I'm reading." And then he said, "Watch the TV." And then when I switch on the TV, there I see General Mkwanazi, and I was surprised. Yes.
Did Minister Mkhunu speak to you about what Lieutenant General Mkwanazi said on the 6th of July subsequently?
No, sir, but we had a meeting. I think the National Commissioner said it, and I think also the Minister said it. We had a meeting, the four of us, the two deputy ministers, the minister, and the National Commissioner. We as deputy ministers, let me talk about myself. As deputy minister, we raised a concern to say we think the minister and the National Commissioner are not talking as much as they should, and as a result, it frustrates us and also frustrate other senior managers. And we ask them to sit down and sort whatever it is so that we can be able to work. And indeed, they took our advice. But also we raised another concern that we're observing, that they also need to meet with DNC Sibia and Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, and then sort everything out so that we can be able to work together. And I think they met, actually they met with the National Commission, the Minister and the National Commissioner, and also DNC Sibia and Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, because if you remember in that statement of the 6th, he said they met, but he doesn't work with criminals, something like that. But it means the meeting takes place because as leaders we could see there was a problem, it was going to affect us. Thank you.
Okay. It is not attached to your statement, but in our consultation, we showed you a WhatsApp message that was sent to you, so you can confirm receiving it from General Sabia, Lieutenant General Sabia, on the 16th of October. It just says, "Good afternoon, DM," so one wasn't sure whether it's a reference to Deputy Minister Matali or to yourself. Was that a reference to you?
Yes, sir.
So this is about the crime intelligence procurement of new spyware equipment. So just talk to us about this WhatsApp that you received, and what was your reaction? What did you do about it?
Thank you very much, sir. I received, it was forwarded. this WhatsApp from DNC Sibia on the 16th of October to me, talking about, should I read it or just say, talking about what the procurement of the spy equipment of 30 million, and that the minister did not approve it, and also the national commissioner. So it was forwarded at that time. I did not comment. Oh, the comments that DNCCB wrote was the first one. He said DM should take note of the above exercise and exercise vigilance with any type of electronic communication, such as cell phones, emails, etc. So it was like they are buying this equipment to back me. And the second one, he said, Mr. Matebula has also been briefed in terms of ANC leadership. Mr. Matebula is the head of security of the African National Congress. Both WhatsApp were forwarded, not necessarily from him. Then he forwarded another one, because I didn't respond firstly. He forwarded another one which says, my suggestion that we should commit the national commissioner to this. He needs to come out and say whether he knows about it or not. He must also investigate, and if yes, why was the minister not informed? And I must say, SC, that the reason why I didn't respond is because you know that ministers don't deal with procurement issues. It's the national commissioner as the accounting officer that deal with a procurement issue. So I didn't respond to it because I didn't believe that a person of that caliber, the DNC, doesn't know the difference that between the accounting officer and the executive of authority in terms of the SCM issues. But then, because I was a little bit worried, I forwarded on the same day the two to the national commissioner. And the national commissioner phoned me and said, DM, this is not true. People want to bring, friction between us because they see us working well together. But he said, he assured me and said, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to investigate this and give you a report. Indeed, he investigated the matter, and then he involved the neutral intelligence, NICOC, and then SSA, and then he then sent me a message to say he has investigated it and dealt with it, and I was fine with it.
Okay. And subsequent to that, you didn't receive any further WhatsApp messages from General Sabia?
No, I did not, because I also informed him that I'm sending all these messages to the National Commissioner.
But why do you think he forwarded this WhatsApp to you, or these WhatsApps to you?
I would not know, but like I said, the first message was that DM, be careful of your electronics and whatever. And to tell you the truth, I'm saying the way we're working together, I never thought in my life that the National Commissioner and his team would want to back my telephones and emails or any other thing.
And of course, it's not a... Sorry.
May we take Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Skosana? Okay, Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I just need some clarification. DM, did the National Commissioner share with you the outcomes of the investigation when he said to you, I have investigated the matter? Did it end there, or he went further to say, I investigated it, and these are the outcomes?
Chair, I know the rules. I can't go on without you giving me the permission.
I forgot that you were my speaker at the legislature. Okay, Honorable DM, you may respond.
Thank you very much. Yes, he responded and said the softwares were not bought, and there was nothing like that. And then he said to me the matter was closed. Yes, he came to me.
See, we may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Deputy Minister, so it sounds to me, and just for your comment, that although it wasn't, when one often gets a message, you'll see forwarded. So it's not from that person originally, it's from someone else who had forwarded a message. And sometimes it says forwarded many times, that you can't even forward it to someone else because it's sort of exhausted. But was it do you think it was a mischief making on the part of General Sabia to forward what appears to be quite a provocative WhatsApp to you?
To tell you the truth, I did not want to believe that, because remember, I just came in, I did not know him. So I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. Actually, can I read what the National Commissioner responded? Also, it will be assisting
Yeah, please
the
do.
member
Thank
there.
you.
Okay, thank you. The National Commissioner responded and said, even in DM, the circulating messages about the CI having procured a spire wire over the weekend by DIFCOM and CFO, it refers. That's the one I did. I sent it to him. These officers were already out of office last weekend. If ever there is such, it would have been procured by those who were out of the country, which is none of the above. Somebody wants to find a reason to arrest them again. Let's not fall into this trap. I can, however, ask the matter to be investigated by NICOC or DI, somebody neutral, but I need detailed briefing by the source. Thanks.
So certainly according to...
I'm sorry.
You minute.
As I was saying, so I wanted to give the DNs, because I did not know him, I met him there. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and not rush into judging him. Thank you.
Okay. Then just coming to...
SC, may we take Honorable Sangon?
Sorry, SC, I know you don't like to be interrupted. Sorry. No, I just need clarity on the good morning, Honorable Deputy Minister. Clarity in the response. Maybe we can be furnished with that response from the National Commissioner. But did you say that he's saying that they are trying to get the DIVCOM CFO arrested again? Is this the CFO that was arrested with Lieutenant General Khumalo?
Yes, remember he was talking about the CI. The CI is the crime intelligence, yes.
So it would be the people who were arrested
Yes,
with,
yes.
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Advocate.
Thank you, and thank you, Honourable Member Sangoni, for that, seeking that clarity. So just to conclude on that there seemed to be some ulterior, sinister motive behind copying you this WhatsApp.
Say, I'm still saying, as I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, because I don't know him very well. So, yeah.
So, Deputy Minister, just in terms of some concluding...
Sorry,
sorry?
Yeah, just for the record, I never also discussed these messages with him, with the DNCCB. I only forwarded to the National Commissioner and got response from the National Commissioner. Just for the record, I never discussed these messages.
And I think just for the record, the way you dealt with this was entirely proper and correct, that you wouldn't get embroiled in matters of this nature. I think your evidence was that this was in any case beyond your sort of job description, and certainly the minister wouldn't become involved in matters of this nature.
Yes, sir.
Can we just deal with some comments you make in your concluding remarks from paragraph 48 onwards? Do you want to comment, make some comments there?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. In terms of my thinking is that, I don't know, I know other people don't think this ad hoc committee is not important, but for me, it is very important, and I'm stating the reason why I think it is relevant and important. I think the work of this ad hoc committee must lead to a SAPS that is not only effective, but is trusted. And based on the evidence that have been presented before you by the minister, the national commissioner, the DNC, and the provincial commissioner, I believe that trust will be built on 3 pillars. The first one being the pillar of lawful process, where the roles of the executive, the accounting officers, and bodies like the IMCs are understood, respected, and not circumvented. And also the second one, the pillar of internal accountability, where decisions are made transparently within the ministry, utilizing the full capacity of deputy ministers. And the third one, the pillar of external oversight, where bodies like the IPIT and Parliament itself, including the portfolio committees and the standing committees itself, are empowered to hold the police accountable without fear or favor. The allegations that brought us here, SC, are a symptom of the failure of these pillars. That is according to me. And your recommendations as this ad hoc committee can be the blueprint for the revitalization and restoration of SAPS. And let us ensure that the outcome of this process is a police service that commands public trust, because we have a deficit in that regard, and respect, which will follow when the SAPS itself consistently demonstrate respect for the Constitution, rule of law, and the people it serves. Furthermore, restoring public confidence and trust in SAPS will require vigorous interventions to promote principled leadership and strict adherence to constitutional and procedural governance. As you know, SC, in terms of the priorities of this government, we fall in the third one, where we want to build a capable, ethical, and a democratic leadership. So the events surrounding the disbandment of the PKTT serve as a case study on how not to manage a critical national institution. Maybe I'm an academic, that's why I'm writing like that.
You're writing a thesis now.
We must do better to uphold the constitutional governance of the SAPS. It seems constructive consultation between the executive and the accounting officer and respect of the mandates of cross-departmental structures like the IMC must be compulsory. Therefore, there is an urgent need to implement also digital docket management, body cameras, and data-driven policing to reduce opportunities for interference and increase public accountability. Remember our mandate in terms of 205 in the Constitution is about really the safety of our community, but also protecting the sovereignty of our country. So this committee's work is a pivotal opportunity to reaffirm these principles. I always say you'll be able to assist us to reset the button. I trust your recommendation will guide us towards a police service that is both effective in its duties and truly accountable to the people of South Africa. The people of South Africa need SAPs which can tackle corruption without fear or favor, protect whistleblowers, and ensure that oversight bodies like IPID are truly independent. Even if they get their allocation from, SAPs, they need to be independent. And police must work hand in hand with communities, restoring confidence through visibility, respect, and cooperation. And lastly, the modernization of the systems, embracing technology, and rewarding excellence that we normally would not do will go a long way to foster a police service that is not only effective, but also trusted by all South Africans. That's why I think this ad hoc committee is relevant and is important, and I'm happy that it has been reconstituted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Thank you for your cooperation once again, your contribution, your insights, and your very sound advice and views on the way forward. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, Honourable members of the committee. That concludes our part of the evidence. Thank you.
I want to thank the two of you very much, the SC and the Honourable Deputy Minister, because this is the record time that we...
And I think it's our first female witness.
It's the record
Maybe
time
we should
that
have more.
We could ever conclude a statement. Honourable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just a clarity question. Dr. DM, I missed the name of who is the head of the ANC security, head of ANC, what is your security portfolio in the ANC?
Honourable Dr. Boshielo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's Mr. Matebula. Chair.
Honourable Matthews, can I get your signal? Are you fine? Thank you. Okay. It's 12:15 now. And I think we can take 2 or 3 speakers before we go for a break. And today, a full member is allocated 20 minutes or less. No 1 hour today. And if you have nothing to say, you just say nothing to say. And then we pass. Yeah. So it's now 16 minutes past 12. We are going to start at 20 past 12, just for you to drink water. So we are going to take 2 speakers before we break at 1. Honorable Sokanyile, are you ready at 20 minutes past 12? Honorable Nomvalo, are you ready at 20 to 1? Okay. Thank you so much.
Chair, 20 minutes for full
No. The
Alternates?
Honorable Sokanyile is today a full member.
No, I'm
And,
asking time, Chair.
No, I'm coming. The Honorable Nomvalo is a full member. So I'm going to take the 2 full members. I allocate them 20 minutes each between now and 1 o'clock. When I come back from lunch, Honorable Shongwe, I will tell you how much time I allocate to an alternate member.
So, see
You must lobby me. You must lobby me at. Thank you so much, Dr. Boshielo. Please drink water. Can see that your mouth is already open and you are asking a question. I'm going to deduct a minute from Honorable Sauls and credit it to you.
Good morning or afternoon, Chairperson. Let me greet you. Let me greet the honorable members that are here. Let me greet the senior council and the team and the administration. Good afternoon, Deputy Minister.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you. I've got few questions. Whereby I will start when the minister was here. When the minister was before this committee, he gave the evidence that he issued the directive based on the authority granted to him in terms of Section 207, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Then if you'll go to the Constitution, it will talk about the control of police service. Then that subsection, it provides that the National Commissioner is responsible for controlling and managing the police service in accordance with the National Policing Policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing. Then, here is the question. Do you agree that the directive that was given by the minister on the 31st December 2024 to disband the PKTT immediately fell within the scope of the minister's authority to issue policing directive? Do you agree to that?
Yes, member, but if you have seen my response when I was asked directly what I think, I said there should be due processes because these offices, the accounting officer and the executive authority, both of them should be able to work together and agree on processes, how to take forward. So yes, the minister might be having the executive powers to be able to give direction, but the person who's going to implement is the accounting officer. So they should be able to find each other and be able to implement whatever needed to. Thank you.
So we are saying that this particular directive that the minister gave on the 31st, he was not supposed to do so. Are you saying that?
I'm not saying that, ma'am. Thank you. The minister used his executive powers, but I had my own view, but I'm not saying he can't issue it.
You can't say your own views in this regard?
I did said when the SC was asking me.
Okay.
Thank you.
With reference to paragraph 26, you indicate that you had a telephonic discussion with the minister regarding the directive to disband the PKTT. Do you remember, or did you, during your conversation with the minister, at least indicate your concerns regarding the approach he took for the disbandment of the PKTT? Did you raise your concerns with the minister during that telephonic conversation?
Thank you very much, ma'am. As I said, The minister phoned me. I thought the letter was fake. So that's why I didn't even follow it up, because there's a lot of misinformation and fake news going on the social media. Then the minister phoned me and said the letter that is circulating is not fake, I wrote it. So there was nothing I could do. The letter was already written, the letter was already given to the National Commissioner, the letter was even, out there in the social media. So I did not ask him why he did not tell me or not tell me. So it was like him confirming to me that it's not fake. He wrote the letter. Thank you. I did not ask him anything.
Honorable Sangon.
Thank you, Chair. DM, what made the minister call you and tell you that it's not fake? Did you ask him, or did he just of his own volition decide, let me call the DM?
I'm not sure what made him call us. I think maybe he did not see us reacting or something, because after he phoned me, he said, I'll also phone DM Matal. So I did not phone him. And surely, if he was saying he's going to phone DM Matal, it means he did not also phone him. For sure, he was surprised that why don't we ask about it? So, no.
So even yourselves, you didn't say, hey, got a minister issuing such a directive on the 31st of December, people are happy. You didn't say, oh, minister, why? And you are saying that immediately, and on the 31st, you simply said, oh, by the way, it's already on the Facebook, on TikTok and whatever.
Funny enough, with this festive, safer festive, because we've got 9 provinces, the minister divided each one of us 3 provinces. I was working in the Northern Cape, the Northwest, and Limpopo. On the 31st, I was in Beitbridge, checking there what is going on, and then what is happening there, and all other things. And I think I finished my work around 5 o'clock, then went home to prepare for the braai and the cricket like anybody. So I did not really ask him why or not. Thank you.
Okay. You know that directive of the 31st December didn't talk about the disbandment of the PKTT. It also talked about halting the filling up of vacancies within. In your understanding, the authority of the minister, does it also include in making decision in halting vacancies with the subs? For instance, if you have the minister apparently saying also you shouldn't fill up vacancies, in your understanding, the authority that the minister has, does it include making decision to hold vacancies within subs, notwithstanding a submission that he should have given reasons? Maybe can you, if you're saying that he has that power, as you have already said, the executive powers, then what informs the perspective?
Thank you very much. I wish I knew. But I did not know.
You didn't.
That's what I'm saying. If we were given an opportunity to make inputs, let me talk about myself. if I was given an opportunity to make input into the letter, it could have come differently. So unfortunately, it's out, it's there, he took the decision. I don't know what informed him to do that. Thank you.
Do you understand the instruction, that is the one of halting or in vacancies, not to fill up any vacancy, or the directive as a policy related, or it's an administrative or an operational in nature, in your own understanding?
Thank you very much. It's both administrative and executive. Because if you are talking about top management, there's no way in which the national commissioner can do that without discussing with the minister, because at the end, it's the minister who must finally agree on that one. So that is what I'm saying. From where I am, to say it must be halted, and you said it also, if you halt it on New Year Eve, you know, when we are busy with crickets, you know, it will not be immediately like you are saying, and because most of the people, including the National Commissioner, was on leave. So for me, they are not necessarily mutually exclusive. They should be working together, because at the end, you know, from a certain level going up, the minister is the one who approves at the end, and then from a certain level is delegated to the accounting officer. So if they were working together and communicating, I don't think we will have arrived at this letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. You are saying that, for instance, in paragraph 21, you have served also in several cabinet committees whereby there were many IMCs. In fact, you indicate that you serve on 2 interministerial committees. The first one, the Extended Ministerial Multidisciplinary Committee to respond to foodborne illness, Wara Wara. Then the second one is the IMC on 2026-2027 local government elections. What is the understanding of how IMCs, interministerial committees, operates? Do have in their terms of reference, is there a specific duration for their establishment?
Thank you very much. Just for correction, I am serving in these committees.
Oh, now?
Yes,
Okay,
as I'm talking to you, I'm serving in these committees. In terms of the interministerial, you are appointed by the president, like you are DDM, if you are a champion of DDM of Nkangala. You are appointed by the president to be the champion of that. So in terms of serving in the interministerial, the IMC committees, you are appointed by the president, because it's different ministries serving into that. And remember, deputy ministers are members of the executive, so the president can also assign them any other responsibility. So for the IMCs, the responsibilities are delegated by the president himself. And then it will say who is the chair. Like in terms of the elections, is the minister of COCTA. And then in terms of foodborne, is the Minister of Health. So he will say who's the minister and who others are serving in it. But individually, he will write to a letter that I am appointing you to serve in the following committee, the IMC committee. Thank you.
So all IMCs, they have a uniform approach on how they operate, in your own understanding?
Not necessarily. Remember, the president, when he appoints you to be part of the IMC, it will be defined what is expected of you. So it will not be the same. Unless if you say in terms of that the IMCs are appointed by the president himself.
So if you are having this particular IMC, then the term of those deployees comes to an end, and others, they come, will they automatically join, or they will sit to be appointed also?
In terms of my own understanding, this is a new term. So for every term, you have to form new committees. Like, I would not think that if the 2026-27 local government elections were coming somewhere in 2030, the president would have formed the IMC on the local government preparations. So it depends on what, but for every new administration, because it's new people, the IMC, are reappointed. If you are still there, you'll still be reappointed as maybe part of the IMC. That's my understanding.
Let's talk about the current one that you are serving in. Their reports, where are they submitted to, the reports of the IMC?
They are reported to us as we've got the secretariat, and then as we meet, the Department of COCTA will then, service the secretariat, and then they will give us documents and the agenda to discuss, and then thereafter, our minutes or our decisions will then be submitted to the President's office. Thank you.
Let's take the IMC of the PKTT, whereby also it was formed by the president, but you said you only heard about it on the 5th of March, 2025, when we were in the portfolio committee. After the portfolio committee meeting on the 5th, you didn't come into discussions with the minister to say, where is this IMC, if it was only for the first time you heard about it, and the PKTT?
Thank you very much. The mere fact that I did not receive a letter to be in the IMC, that's why I didn't know that it was in the IMC. But when the minister appeared before this committee, he informed this committee that there is no IMC. But the former minister also, Minister Bekele, when he appeared before this committee, he said the IMC is continuing. So I think there's some issues that must be dealt with by the relevant people. I would think it's legal people in the presidency to be able to deal with the matter. But I know that if you serve in the IMC, you get a letter from the president informing you that you are serving in this committee.
Honorable DM, the time of the member is up. Can we please move to Honorable Nomval? Thank you so much, Honorable Sokanya.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. I don't think I will be long, Chair. DM, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
There is a contestation of terms before this committee. When the first witness appeared, General Ndlandla Mkhwanazi, on the PKTT name, he gave us the name PKTT. And the next witness that followed after him, the suspended Minister of Police, came with a different name, which is the NPKTT. Now, in your statement, you are saying it's the PKTT. Now, the confirmation that I need is have you just written hypothetically, or you have written the name with a full understanding that this is the actual name that was agreed upon?
Thank you very much. Actually, if you go to the minutes of the 5th, where General Khumalo was presenting the issue of the, all along we were talking about the PKTT. So then I saw the NPKTT coming in. I'm not sure, maybe as you're saying, it might be semantics, but all along, when we discuss, is PKTT, so it might be, or it might have come when we're discussing the organizational structure. Remember, we were saying that we must start defining MEDA as MEDA, whether it's MEDA by political or, but MEDA is MEDA. Maybe it should be in the MEDA and robbery unit. So, and it should be national. You can't have this political killing like it's happening in one province. It is happening in all the provinces. So you might want to have a national structure that coordinate the provincial structures that are there. So I thought they were trying to distinguish between the two.
Okay, so to the best of your knowledge, the actual name that was espoused is the PKTT.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the SC, I was tempted to ask a follow-up question, but I said, no, let me reserve it for my time. Had asked you about a meeting that you held in which a report about the PKTT was given. Subsequently, I asked you about the impression that you got from that meeting, and then you said, because you believe that it's an intelligence matter, so you reserve your comments. But I think the question was actually in relation to the impression in the context of the performance of the PKTT, that in your view, did you get an impression that the PKTT is functional, or it's just a ceremonial structure which is no longer effective? So along those lines, which impression did you get?
Thank you for clarifying the matter. As I said, I did not know much about the PKTT. In that report that was presented on the 5th of March, the successes, why it was formed, the successes that were there, the challenges of the misinformation and all other things were put there. And where I am, I'm not able to go out really and check whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah, but the impression that you got at that time, what impression that did you get in relation to its functionality?
If I looked at the report that was in front of me, I think they were doing a great job.
Okay. You know, when you get into a normal workplace, as a human being, it's easy to detect when there's a toxic environment or when there's factionalism. You detect through the language and the mood that, no, this one is in good terms with that one, these ones are not in speaking terms. Now, what overall assessment you can make about factionalism in SAPS? According to you received a message from Sbia, which was forwarded to you, and he says to you, there is this procurement of spy equipment, you must be careful and so on. And at a later stage, you realize that this was concocted because an investigation thereafter was made, which actually proved that there was no such. Now, out of all these happenings, what is your final determination? What is your final observation? Is there any deep-seated factionalism in SAPS, or is there any toxic environment? And if there's any, is it among certain individuals at the top brass, or is general, it affects the whole institution, the whole organization.
Thank you very much. I think firstly, you are right. As a leader, you are able to get into an organization and see that there is a problem. And I think I responded when the SC asked me, I just did not remember the number, where I said we met, the four of us, the two deputy ministers, the national commissioner, and the minister, and said, we can see there's a problem between the two of you. Can you please fix this issue? Because it's affecting us also. And we said, we have also realized that you, the national commissioner, you are not in good terms with DNC Sibia, and there's also issues between Sibia and Lieutenant Kwanas. Can you please meet with them and make sure that they find each other so that we can be able to work better and move forward? Because we didn't want to choose, whether, like you say, which faction you want to be in or what, because we wanted a subs that was working. And indeed, they did that. And unfortunately, like I said, when you heard him on the 6th of is it July, when he said, yes, the meeting was there, but I don't work with criminals, whatever it is. But we did that, and we asked even the minister and the national commissioner that when you work together, at least once a week have a meeting, not necessarily write letters to each other. When we reach a letters level, it means there's no level of trust and respect, and then that would be a problem. In terms of the toxic environment and what, it was like just in any normal working relationship, like we also have here in Parliament with the opposition, when we shout each other there, not necessarily that we hate each other, it's just that maybe we differ on something that needs to be there. But I think, according to me, it might not be true. It might be one to be briefed. Is that the South African police services, from 1994, it was not transformed as it should have been transformed, such that you still have the old order and the new order that is trying to coexist. And as a result, there will be that friction. And that is why I said in my conclusion that I hope this committee is going to assist us to be able to pass that hurdle so that we have the SAPS that we want, that will serve the people of South Africa and protect the sovereignty of our country. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Notwithstanding what General Madlanga Commission said on the 6th in relation to his meeting with General Sibia and others, but in terms of your observation, was there any paradigm shift after that meeting? Did you experience any change? When people are mediating each other, when they come out of that mediation, you can tell from a distance that there is now a paradigm shift. Did you experience any paradigm shift?
Thank you, sir. Yes, we did, like the minister and the national commissioner, when we were doing the safety festive operations, the minister was paired with the national commissioner, and they were doing KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape. So they were working together. And I was given the acting deputy national commissioner, and then Dear Matalu was also given the national deputy commissioner. So we worked together until like the 31st letter and until the 6th August when this thing came. But all along, I thought we were working together. And I must say to you, in terms of the deputy minister, I worked with all of them, including General Mukwanas. I went there in Ulundi, I think it was last year or the beginning of this year, when there was a pass-out parade. I went with Lieutenant General Libya, who was the head of the Hawks, and went there for the pass out, and we had the best pass out that we could ever have. And then we went also there to launch the National Safety Festive in KwaZulu-Natal, and we had a very good and from time to time when we meet with Lieutenant General Mkonasi, we talk like colleagues.
Okay, no, thank you, TM. On paragraph 27, page 11, and paragraph 33, page 12, you are saying, in summary, I'm not going to quote you verbatim, but you are saying that you think the decision of the 31st could have been handled better.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and I think on page 27, you are saying that in your view, the minister should have at least consulted stakeholders. And so the impression that I get from that is that your only concern about the decision is a lack of consultation. So in your view, the minister, that is my own observation from what you are saying, you can correct me. In your view, the minister had a right or a constitutional right to take a decision. But his decision was, was short of a widespread or comprehensive consultation. That is the area of concern in terms of your own observation. Is that correct? So it means, to elaborate, so it means, according to you, had the minister consulted, then the decision was going to be correct.
I don't think you understand me correctly, or maybe it's because it's a short letter. In terms of the consultations that I'm talking about even consulting the operatives, and then people who are in charge of managing the PKTT, the provincial commissioners, the national commissioner, everybody who was involved in terms of that. And surely they would prepare reports and be able to also give recommendations to say, at this stage where we are, we think we cannot be able to do this, and this might be the best way to deal with the matter, and then give an alternative on what to do. So that's my understanding. It's just that I didn't just want to write a big thesis.
Okay, no, it's fine. Now, Minister Mchunu sits with you for 12 months. He doesn't give you a performance plan. After him, Minister Kachalia comes in. And then you raise a concern to him that, Minister, the cordial person and as a rational person who takes into account his colleagues when he works with them, who doesn't work alone, who's not aloof to his subordinates or to his colleagues. Because Kachalia comes in, he doesn't spend much time in office. You raise a concern, with ease, he gives you a function. And then minister has been with you for 12 months, he doesn't delegate functions to you. So what is your observation about Minister Mchunu?
Leaders don't lead the same, and then they don't see the matters the same. So here, I see a different leadership styles between the two. That will be all I want to say.
Yeah, but remember, this is an operational issue. And the standard operating procedure here is that for you to be able to execute your functions properly, there must be a performance plan. Whether you are weak as a leader or you are strong, it's a standard operating procedure to which you must adhere. It doesn't depend on your moods. It's a standard which has been put there. And if you do not meet that standard, it means there's something wrong with your leadership.
That's what I'm saying. I can't comment. Maybe you can ask him the reason why he did not do that. But I would not be able to. But for me, I attribute it to different leadership styles.
Yeah, but you found it ironic that after 12 months in office, you don't get a performance plan. To you, was it an ordinary or it's a normal thing or it's an ironic thing which must never be encouraged?
I tried to raise it at some point, And it was coming, I thought, yes, I agree with you, it must not. It's
Okay,
not.
then the last question, second last, the chair will kick me out, I know, when I'm running out of time. The second last question, you are correctly saying, yeah, that as a deputy minister, you are accountable to Parliament. Now, you are not given this performance plan by the minister. You go to Parliament, and you are not raising this in Parliament as a concern, because had you raised it in Parliament, Parliament was going to use its oversight responsibility to say, Minister, this is undesirable. Give these people their task so that your department will be efficient. Now, you don't raise that in Parliament. Why didn't you raise it as a concern, either in the Portfolio Committee or in the National Assembly?
I think there are processes where this kind of issues can be raised as consent. And I think just raising it in the Portfolio Committee would not have been the correct one. Like I said, we tried to raise it with him. Maybe if he was given a little bit longer, we would have that one. So what we were able to do, the three of us, and Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Sholi is here, and members are here. We have never, in any day, you know, shied away from going to the Portfolio Committees or in the National Assembly to do the debates, in the NCOP to do what we should do. Because the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee also understood that our portfolio, unfortunately, is on Wednesday, and Wednesdays are normally cabinet days. So we're able to do that as deputy minister. So yes, we raised the issue, but I don't think it has reached a stage where we had to go to the committee and start saying, but the minister is not doing that. I don't think it has reached that level.
Thank you very much. I'm giving my 2 minutes, my outstanding 2 minutes to you. You can say whatever you want to say to the committee.
Thank you so much. I will bank the 2 minutes. Honorable Sangwen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being so kind today, Honorable Number. DM, when you raised this issue of lack of delegation with the minister, I heard you saying that you thought it was coming. I'm sure you didn't raise it once. What would be the minister's response that he was not delegating to the DMs?
I would take that you were saying we should be able to understand. He should be able to understand what is going on in terms of SAPS, because it is huge. It's not only SAPS, it's got also 3 entities with their executives, with every other thing. So I think he wanted to understand first, and then also maybe use our strength to be able to allocate properly what he thinks he can allocate to us. Thank you.
Yeah. Now it's time up, honorable members. It's now 1 o'clock, we are breaking. We will come back at 20 minutes to 2. When we come back, the 20 minutes allocated to the Democratic Alliance. Who is speaking at 20 minutes to 2 from the DA? Honorable Breitenbach, thank you so much. You must be here exactly 20 minutes to 2. Thank you so much.
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
The registration number that is picked up from the video footages and still photos and compared to with what is on the system, including the make and almost the whole information about the vehicle And we have since then got hold of the vehicle itself to do the physical check and comparison to make sure that we have the correct information.
Thank you. Chair, it's 13:02.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
area. Then people will come one by one, and then they will ask, complain that the police take the bribes. When I went there, they didn't what and do what and whatever. We know them, all of them. And then even when they come, you know our people, when they see you, even if they've asked questions, they will still want to ask because the deputy minister is there and the MEC. And then thereafter, the local ones, the mayor will do in the language that they understand, and then the provincial one will do.
Thank you. I get the idea. Thank you. I don't mean to interrupt you, but there's a time limit. So you interact with people, you find out what the issues are that people on the ground are struggling with. Tell me about implementation.
In terms of the implementations, because that's what I'm saying, when I go there, I don't go there alone. I go with the mayor, I go with the MEC, I go with the provincial commissioner, of course, with the management. When we finish, I would expect the provincial commissioner, because that's the one I would have control over, to say, Dr. Mukanazi, can I...
You can carry on, don't worry about these people, carry on.
I would say, Dr. Mkwanazi, I would expect a report in 2 months' time. And then he'll bring it through the national commissioner to say, in terms of this one which they raise, this is what we do. In terms of this one, this is what they do. And also that day, what really impressed me was that we also had the gift of the givers. I think they also operate in the area because we had all the stakeholders.
So this isn't a publicity stunt for gift of the givers. Can you just
tell me, then I said in a month.
No, just a moment. I want you to answer my questions, please. So listen carefully to the question. It's a problem that most politicians seem to have. They don't listen to the question and they give any answer they feel like, forever. I want to know about implementation. You mentioned a couple of things. Did you do anything about the implementation there?
Yes.
So what?
Yes, I did.
Tell me.
I went back to the chief. The chief was worried about the security, and he was worried about the guns that were going in there. And then we were able to increase the number of police there. And then he even said to me that he's satisfied with how we have dealt with the issue.
Thank you. I presume you could do the same sort of thing here in the Cape Flats, where people are being mowed down daily. Send more policemen and reduce the amount of guns. Any plans to do that?
I've been, actually, we were sworn in on the 2nd of July. On the 4th of July, we were at Hanover. And I was chairing the public hearing there. And we had the police over this side, and we had the communities over this side. And the community were saying to us, we don't trust this police, they are not doing their work. And then we're able to. And from there, yes, I've been to the Cape Flats, to Guguletu, to Samora, to Atlantics, and everything. We have a special operations that we want to do. I will not be able to disclose it here, but we have a special operation.
Of course, I wouldn't expect you to disclose it. I'm interested in implementation. So you have a plan and you're going to implement it.
We will implement it, including, remember we signed the memorandum of cooperation with the city and the province, so all of us will be doing that.
We'll be watching. Are you aware, Deputy Minister, of any occasion where the minister, the suspended minister now, Mr. Nkunu, interfered in the operational issues of the South African police? Any at all occasion, in your view?
I would prefer that you be specific so that I can just be able to answer.
I think the question is reasonably specific, Deputy Minister. Are you aware of any occasion at all that you hold personal knowledge of that the suspended minister, Minister Nkunu, has interfered in the operational issues of the South African police?
I'm not aware.
How long have you been the Deputy Minister of Police?
From the 2nd of July, 2024.
And yet the minister is yet to delegate any functions to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you discussed this with him?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
More than 3 occasions.
More than 3?
Yes, ma'am.
He's a difficult man. He doesn't listen.
Comment on that, ma'am.
Have you told him that you're unhappy about it?
Yes.
And still he doesn't listen?
No comment on that one, ma'am.
Well, nah.
Dr. Boshielo, you must not have a problem of using the title honorable member.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sorry, Chairperson. I really apologize.
Deputy Minister, you really don't have to call me honorable, I promise you. It's not an issue for me. I functioned for all my life without being called honorable. I'll function some more.
I'm directed by the chair. I must take instruction from the chair.
No, you actually don't have to. Has Minister Nkunu ever discussed the national policing policy with you and consulted the provincial governments in your presence, taken you along, talked to you about how you're going to implement those things? Have you had those discussions?
Not yet, but we took the national policing policy to the province. We started at the MINMEC, and then we took it to the province, and then it went to the cabinet. It was approved, and I think it was approved about 2 months ago before he was told to take leave. Thank you.
So it's taken this long to get that far?
Yes, apparently.
Thanks, Chair. I've got no further questions.
Thank you, Honorable Redenbach.
Thank you so much, honorable members. That was so quick. Honorable Matthews, do you want to speak?
Okay.
Yeah? It's, your time is going to start.
You don't have to start it. You can start it like in 10 minutes. Chair.
Your
I'm
time
not
is going
opposed
to
that.
start at, listen, at 8 minutes to 2.
Let's go.
And will end at 12 past 14 hours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Dr. Deputy Minister, I like saying doctor since we have a whole 31 qualifications to our name. Well done, we're proud. Dr. DM, you spoke about your experience in China. So let's talk about their technology there. So we agree that they have a large amount of resources. They've got decent state-owned buildings, their transport facilities, and there's a very, very minute role of private security companies in policing and security. And what has come out in these, in our hearings is that there's a huge takeover of private security companies. Talk to us about that. Not too much time because this chairperson is going to cut me off very quickly, please. Yeah, just speak to us, please, DM, just about what you have observed about security companies taking over the functionings of SAPs.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I fully agree with you that, yes, they depend more on technology and on other issues, not even having more police on the ground. And in terms of private security, I agree with you. We have started discussions in terms of SIRA to say what is the role of SIRA and why do we have so many companies as private companies, also in terms of the ammunition that they have, and others don't even have qualified things, but they get the certificate, like the one in Mpumalanga.
So is that something that we need to consider here as a committee as looking into SIRA and also the number of licenses that are issued to security companies as well?
Yes.
Okay. Noted. Let's talk a little bit. I know we are exhausting this issue of the disbandment. The minister said that he had a meeting with his 2 deputy ministers. And it's very unclear about, during this meeting with the 3 of you, was the discussion very clear that we are moving to disband the PKTT?
No, thank you.
So was the discussion more around the issue of the that we are going to move and we're going to empower, I think is the better word, or, put more resources into the murder and robbery unit. So there was never a discussion at all when the three of you met. I think he said it was in November, if I'm not mistaken. And that all three of you were in agreement that we are moving to disband, not the how and not the when, but that the PKTT must be disbanded.
As I said, no, we did not talk specifically that the KK must be disbanded. But yes, we spoke about empowering the murder and robbery unit and saying maybe the skills that are there, because it's a multifaceted team, can be used to be able to assist us in that regard, in terms of even coming with an organogram that could take care of all these matters from the national level.
So why do you think the minister was beating around the bush instead of just dealing with this issue straight? Because clearly he wanted to disband it. And during his entire testimony here, he just kept going back to, we are going to well-resource the murder and robbery unit. And by doing that, automatically it meant the PKTT is going to be disbanded. Why is it a touchy subject, or why do you think it was a touchy subject, just to deal straight on as this is a unit, it's been operating, and it's one of the units that needs to go?
I wish I knew. I don't know.
But you're also a senior member, both in a political party and in government. DM, you have to have an opinion about what was going on. Or even your suspicions. This is the opportunity for us to also know. And we understand that it's your take. But you are there. You were part of, not part of the process in the sense that you made a decision. But you were there. There were engagements that were being done. You talk to each other, whether it's the DM or with the generals or with each other. It can't be that you just had no idea.
I'm like saying, you asked me how did he, I don't know what prompted him. And I said in my response here, I said, if I have been given an opportunity before the letter was out, I would have put my input there. Unfortunately, even if I can want to give you all the whole thesis about it, there were letters out already.
It doesn't mean that you didn't have an opinion about it. So we're not saying, what we're trying to establish here as a committee, as you know, Dr. DM, is how, why, so we can avoid these things from happening again. So we know that you can't do anything about it. It's a done deal. But also, speak to us. There was something. And then maybe also, just quickly, just also speak to, do you recall the date and time? Because you don't indicate that in your statement when the minister actually called you to say, DM, that letter is, it's not fake.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I would not want to, remember I'm under oath. And it was like December, January, early January, as I said. And I think we're even here in Cape Town preparing for that. So just to be safe, I would not want to lie.
Okay. But it was more or less, it made its rounds in social media on the 2nd of January.
I think
so
it was around 5,
say,
6, 7, around there.
So you spoke about the 8th January, where the South African Police Headquarters attends the ANC January 8th events. Did you engage the minister at the January 8th at all?
He did not attend that January 8th.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. We didn't know about that. Let's talk about, did you know about the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo?
Yes. We were with him a day before. We were presenting the report to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence.
Why do you think that General Sabia forwarded the message to you?
As I said, I did not. I just took it straight to the National Commissioner.
The question is, why do you think he would have sent it to you? Because he didn't.
I would know. I want to know. But what I get from the message that he wrote, not the forwarded one, I think he was trying to warn me that they are going to back my phones and my emails and what.
And I think this comes back to the question about when we spoke about factions that are operating in the South African Police Service. So there's one thing when we disagree with each other. There's a whole other thing when certain groupings start acting on their disagreements, such as the thing of bugging. Former Minister Becky Cele also said that his phone was, it was intentionally bugged, but it was done in an illegal way as well. So is this a normal practice then, SAPS? Because this is why our country is unsafe. Because we have the executive, we have the top SAPS officials busy bugging each other's phones, listening to each other's messages instead of saving our children from being raped at school.
I would not say that, but as I said, with the skills that I have and with what I've seen can assist us in terms of dealing with those, I think we'll be able to stop some of the things that you are saying.
So you weren't surprised that they could be bugging your emails and your phone?
No, I don't have anything to hide, Honorable Member.
But that's not the point, Dr. DM. It's the fact that it's illegal, and at the highest level of our South African police service, we are having people operating like that. What hope is there for the ordinary South African on the ground when they're just doing it there on the top? It means that we don't have a justice system here in the country, and it starts with the South African police service.
I'm telling you what I have done to be able to deal with the issue. I've said that I took a team as per the minister's directive. We went to China. We were shown what technologies are there. I told you from the DCPI. I told you from the CI. I told you from the border, and also TMS, Technology Management Services, and also our representative in China. And then we went to see that one of them was the issue of parking, and the other one, which came because of the unrest of the 21st of July, from the report that we need to have a technology that can be able to deal with the social media and see what is going on and all those kind of things. So we're very pointed and specific what kind of technology did we do. And then when we came back, as I said, we presented the matter to the minister, but also to the JCPS cluster. And the good thing was that the Minister of Finance was in the JCPS, because that day they had the caravan meeting. So we're able to say we would need a lot of money to be able to deal with the technology. And I'm driving that because I know what to do and what needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. DM, I wasn't really addressing that, and I'm glad at least we've been informed about what technology we have in. But this is a really big issue, that people's phones can just be tapped at every level. And if we have the approach of, I have nothing to hide, so what? It's not, if it starts with you and you can have that approach, there's no hope for ordinary citizens. And you've been voted by the people to protect them and to protect their interests. And I think we just need to be more conscious of that. And not just you as a deputy minister, but all of us as members of parliament, that we don't allow such illegal activities to continue in the highest offices of our South African police service.
I fully agree with you.
As that. So tell me, how does the ANC head of security enter in this?
I would not know. That's why I didn't
Did you
even
not ask General Sabia about, was it General Sabia that told you that he's briefed the head of ANC?
The forwarded message, yes.
Yeah, but you see, this is also political interference as well. So do you know whether this is common practice for a deputy national commissioner to be picking up the phone and calling ANC
I don't know.
NEC members? But
I
you're
don't
also an NEC member. Have you ever been briefed?
No, I'm a deputy minister to him. I don't know him outside that. I'm a deputy minister, and he's the deputy national commissioner to me.
No, but I'm talking about as in the ANC head of security.
No.
So your experience as an ANC member, and you've been served in the executive, I'm assuming both in the province and on a national level, is it common for government officials to be briefing ANC members about what's going on, especially on intelligence issues?
I'm not aware.
Thank you. Let's talk about this deputy ministers, and not just, obviously not police in particular, but just the whole concept of us having deputy ministers. So the issue of deputy ministers, it only found its way, I don't know if you know this, but our research office did some research on this. So deputy ministers were introduced in 1961 by the Apartheid National Party. And they did so because they were preparing or making way for ministers. As a senior leader of the ANC, what informs the ANC, because if you have those discussions, what informs the ANC positions, or position rather, to have deputy ministers? Because it's costing us, I mean, your ministry sub program, it's costing us 63.3 million, and a whole year later you haven't been designated a function. It's a problem, Dr. DM.
Honorable Member, are you not conflicting the two, because there's an ANC as a party, there's government, and the two are not the same. They're not the same. So, so in terms of government, me and you are members of parliament, and we know that deputy ministers are mentioned in the constitution, and we know the process that we must undergo in order to be able to remove them.
But nothing stops the ANC from bringing a bill or for us to amend it, because there are political parties, particularly the EFF, that has been calling for the deputy ministers to be removed. So I'm just asking, do you know what informs the ANC position of maintaining deputy ministers? Because there's a lot of things that are in the constitution that's changeable, or amendable rather, including the expropriation of land without compensation.
As I said to you, Honorable Member, is the prerogative in terms of the constitution of the president and not the president of the ANC. Maybe we can discuss with the chief whip of the ANC, but in terms of government,
I'm just asking for
is the president. The constitution is very clear, is the president who appoint the deputy ministers, not the president of the ANC.
So the question was, Dr. DM, is that do you know what informs the ANC position to maintain deputy ministers? And you're saying you don't know, so that's fine. Let's talk about the New Year's Eve letter. The letter also included the issue of the ports of entry. So I just want to talk about that a little. Are you aware of the IMC on border control that's headed by, I think, the Minister of Home Affairs? You are?
I'm aware,
yes. So because you said that the minister, and maybe you'll correct me if I'm wrong, the issue that he raised in his letter, it was a legitimate concern, or did I mishear you?
Remember, the BMA was recently established, and there are still some members of SAPS who are working in the BMA. And we said we would not take them until they have the capacity to replace that, because we also need them to really work for us. So that's where it comes in.
And the reason I was asking whether you're aware of the IMC for border control is and it's linked to you saying that him raising the issue of getting a proper strategy on dealing with the borders. It was a legitimate concern. So I wanted to ask, or we wanted to ask, don't you think if the minister was attending those meetings, that was the platform to raise it? Because it's a it's an inter-ministerial committee that works with Home Affairs, because SAPS doesn't work in isolation on the borders. It includes finance, well, SARS in particular, Home Affairs, etc. So I just wanted your take on that.
If you ask me, the JCPS would have been the correct one.
Okay. And then there's been a lot said about Professor Mary Diaz here. We even got a nickname for her called Auntie Mary. Do you know her? I'm sure you've heard of her. Do you have any type of not relationship, but have you engaged her on any level?
I've not engaged them. I know I've engaged with ISS, Dr. Boshielo, who unfortunately, after we had the summit of the police, he died. through accident, I think 2 days after the summit.
Okay, so you've had no engagement with her. Did the minister ever ask you for your opinion about her? Because his testimony or his statement here was quite lengthy on the complaints that she had sent. Were you aware of any of those complaints?
No,
that she sent?
I did not. I actually heard it when the minister said, and also there was another one, Patricia.
Yeah,
Masha. Yeah, no, I don't know them.
and you have never engaged
No,
with them?
no.
They're very active on social media, says Patricia as well. You haven't seen any of her? No, at all. I think I'm done, Chair. One more thing though, Dr. DM, have you had any type of engagements with Kat Maklala, any whatsoever?
Your time is up, Honorable
I don't even know that person.
And Brown Mokhosi?
Can we move to Honorable Mngango?
Okay, Chair, I'm done. Record time, thank you.
Thank you so much. Pangazita. Or would you want us to give you some time to organize yourself? We read your apology earlier on.
I will appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Let me take Honorable Sols. And Honorable James, today, by the way, Mngango has arrived. Okay. Your time ends at 26 minutes to, at 24 minutes past 2.
Thank you, Chair. Doctor.
No, 26 minutes to 15 hours. It's 20 minutes. It's now 14 minutes past 2.
Thank you,
may
Chair.
proceed.
Doctor, good morning. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member.
Doctor, you testified that the minister and the national commissioner had some issues that affected the work of SAPS, and you were concerned about it, you and others. What made you think that they have issues?
Remember, we are working together as a team. And as we work together, of course, we'll have different leadership skills, and different thinking. And there would be that platform where we might want to differ on one thing or another, which is a normal thing. But we saw that the minister and the national commissioner were normally writing letters where we should be discussing on an issue and be dealing with it. So we asked them and said, in order for us not, when you write a person a letter, it's like you are starting a disciplinary file. You are not necessarily discussing to be able to come with a solution to an issue. So that is why we asked them to say, we don't want to fight over something we don't know, let's just talk among yourselves. And also we observed that there is no good relationship between Lieutenant Mukwanazi and the DNC Sibia. If you can sort it out, we'll be very happy.
You also said that not only between General Mukwanazi and General Sibia, but also you noticed issues between the National Commissioner and General Sibia. Now, before the meeting that you all suggested they should have to iron out these issues, could you, when you assess at that time these concerning matters, if you had to now tell us if there were to be sides, who will be on whose side?
As I said earlier, I'm a leader in my own right, but also in terms of responsibility. So when you see conflict, you should be able to come out with a solution so that we all pull in the same direction to achieve the same goal. So there's no way in which I can say this side and not this side. all of us. We don't have to like each other. Like we work in the National Assembly, we've got opposition leaders and everybody, and we work with each other in the portfolio committees. We work with each other. Not to say you are from the same party. We hug each other. We eat with together and everything. And even when we differ on fundamental sometimes issues, we do that. So as a leader, for me, it was not to say whose faction is what and what. If we saw like there is this relationship that is not good, then we raised it to say, can we deal with this issue directly? Thank you.
You know, Doc, when I listen to you, is what you're explaining is your position was that what you were seeing, the divisions you were seeing, you were seeking to address that, to say this is wrong. We should work as a team. Because you spotted divisions, correct?
Yes, yes, Honorable Member.
Now, what you've described is indeed the ideal situation. But the reason why you thought about it is because of those divisions that you saw. So now that there's a divide, that means automatically there's now sides, which you are saying there shouldn't be sides, correctly so. You are addressing the fact that there are sides. There should not be sides. Therefore, come together and deal with it because there shouldn't be sides. Now I want to establish.
Can I correct something?
Please, please do.
I didn't say sides.
Yeah, I'm saying sides. And
you are saying it.
I'm using sides as a synonymous to divisions that you agreed with, correct? Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
So the divisions that I call sides. So if you have to divide them now. So we have the National Commission having an issue with the minister having an issue with the National Commissioner. You are saying, please deal with that, sort it out. Then you have the National Commissioner having an issue with General Sibia. Then you have General Mkonazi having an issue with General Sibia. General Sibia also having an issue with General Mkonazi. Would it be correct to say if we had to look at the divisions that you were trying to address, would you say that on the one side, you had General Mkonazi and the National Commissioner. On the other side, you had General Sibia and Minister Mtuno?
No, as I said, it's just that maybe the semantic, I never said divisions or factions, or I know others said factions, others saying divisions and whatever. I said we identified an issue of communication and some tensions, and we said address this before it went further. So it's not a question of whether it come in the form of factions, divisions, or whatever and whatever. I'm just saying as a leader, we are leaders, we are executive, and then we are able to see that there's an issue here. You don't necessarily want to get involved, but we want everybody to pull together. So that's why we did that. Not to say the one was with this one, the one was this one. That is why when we even said it, we said the two of them, the minister and the National Commissioner, should deal with the matter.
Was those issues that you're talking about dividing them?
It was not necessarily dividing them. It was where I am, to be honest to you. It was that people were not seeing things the same. And then they just heightened them where they were not able to come together and say, but we can still bring this and this one and then have one way up. That for me, that's what it meant.
So there wasn't one way up?
So that's why I'm saying.
So if there was not one way up, what is the opposite of not having one way? You have multiple ways, divided ways.
No, it's not a divide and rule. It's just you are not going to achieve what you as the organization want to.
Why?
Which was to make sure that our country is safe and to make sure that we protect the sovereignty of our country.
Doc, this will be my last attempt. Why would it not achieve that? What was your concern?
I think I said they should talk.
Why?
You know, the thing is, you know, because I also work as an official, the executive authority and the accounting officers, the offices, you know, interface. It's not like the other one can work without this other one, because this one is in terms of the policies, the mandates and all. And then the accounting officer must be able, with his team, to implement what this one says. So that interface must always be there. So sometimes the interface is not because there is not necessarily an interface. We differ on how it should be done.
All right, Doc. A very direct question to you. Is Minister Mkunu corrupt?
I'm not aware. I would not make that determination. Maybe it will be part of the report that we'll do as the ad hoc committee.
You working with him, having worked with the minister, these are allegations that we are dealing with. What would your position be if I had to ask you, based on these allegations, is Minister Mkunu corrupt?
I think we need to be fair, honorable member. You have to get all the sides and have all the information and have all the evidence and then come to a conclusion. So actually, I was saying, Chair, I'm the only woman who's appearing before the committee. I'm not sure if other women are still coming. And yeah, this is a very different environment at all, where you might not find many women in this and then say, Chair, you didn't even acknowledge it. So I'm saying, be fair. Listen to all we are saying. I think there's still others coming. And then get all the evidence and then do the determination.
Yes, Doc, you are one of the sources of that evidence. And hence you represent a witness, you present evidence, and we're interrogating the evidence. And so in an attempt to get to a conclusion, I'm asking the question, I'm probing the question based on the allegation, you see. So you are assisting in me compiling that. But I would take it you saying that you can't say whether he's corrupt or not.
Yes.
Would you say, is the Minister Mkunu, protecting drug cartels?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm waiting for Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc commission to really bring that. Because the danger, honorable member, is that anybody can implicate you tomorrow and say, Honorable Souls had 1 kg of cocaine. And then maybe to the police. And then they just take, you know, you and arrest you without any evidence, without any other thing. And then you went through the integrated justice system to the courts. And I don't think the courts, you know, will sentence you without that evidence. So you must know there will always be misinformations. There will always be, you know.
So as a source that we must interrogate, sorry, Doc, I think my time is almost up, so I just want to finish this one. So I didn't mean any disrespect to interject. So as one of the sources from which we must draw answers to these questions for, is the only reason why I'm asking you. I'll ask everyone else too, you see. So I'm not expecting you to know, but I'm trying to interrogate. Do you have some sort of idea based on your experience that these allegations that are being made of the minister, is it true or not? And you are saying, based on what you have been exposed to, you cannot say that the minister is corrupt. You cannot say that the minister is protecting drug cartels. Is that your same position when I have to ask you, is General Sibia corrupt?
That's what I'm saying. You need to be able to yourself, with the information that you have, the evidence that you have, and I hope, Honorable Souls, you are not just going to take what is on the social media and everything, and then you come with a decision that will assist us to be able to say what you are saying is true or false.
Yes. So that question is hanging, and it's part of the allegations. And all the witnesses that are sitting in the seat that you are sitting, Doctor, you, I repeat, are the sources available to us from which we can seek to establish whether or not these allegations are true. Therefore, I'm posing it directly to you. And I'm satisfied that what I hear you saying is that you are testifying today that based on your exposure in SAPS, based on what you've seen thus far, you cannot say that the minister is corrupt, as it is alleged, General Sibia is corrupt, as it is alleged, that there is a protection, an attempt to protect drug cartels by them. You are not in a position to say that that is in fact true.
Yes, Honorable Member, I'm not.
Thank you, Doc.
Very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Can we take Honorable Shongwe? 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Sawubona DM.
Thobela, Honorable Member.
Le jwang, ma'am?
Your time expires at 22:03.
22:03. I might take less than that. Hey, impiyami no sheyo phela kudala. DM, you spoke about digitalizing SAPS. In fact, I'm interested in that. I don't know whether it should be a question or a supporting statement from me. Because one, that would create jobs for EU in South Africa. I like that. Number two, it will help SAPS not to lose so much money in courts. Because with the body cameras, there's a lot of money that can be saved. So another thing that is on my mind is that you said you went to China, which is the one that puzzles me, for that equipment. But at that same sentence, you spoke about e-filing. I don't know whether I was wrong or something, digitalizing files and stuff like that. Okay. My question around that is that, would you mind considering SMMEs from South Africa to do those digital filings, including the Z83? Because you see, when people apply for jobs in South Africa, the Z83 takes a lot of time, and sometimes it carries dust there. And with the AI, it can help SAPs and South Africans that it determines on the spot that this person qualifies to apply or not. So I don't know whether it should be a question or not, but I would emphasize that, please, on that note, please, if you may say something about that.
No, you're correct, Honorable Shongwe. I fully agree with you in terms of creation of jobs and in terms of assisting us as the SAPS. The other issue is that we might not have the money now. We are realistic to do the police stations all over, to do the courts all over, do everything all over. But if we can digitalize some of the processes, our people will be able to access them. Firstly, the other example I said is like, if you want, we don't have time. We are busy as we are. Even if you think we are not, we are busy as we are. You will not have time to go and queue, maybe to renew your license or any other thing. So you can be able to do it online, and like Uber, and then it can be Ubered to you. You can pay 30 rand and then be able to still do the other job rather than spend it on the queue. And the other one also help our people, especially from the rural areas. You know, in terms of transport, they would have one bus in the morning and one bus in the evening. And I've seen many of them, old people sleeping at the police station, those bench. And it really breaks your heart to have that kind of situation. And when you ask them, they want to certify, they want this information and that information. And I think if we can make those process very easy, there is no need also to be able for them to travel. Actually, they don't even have that money to travel. And in most cases, they're not helped, and they still have to come again. So I'm definitely agreeing with you, even the ZA3 and everything. That is why my topic is saying factors that impede e-government. E-government is all the services of e-government. It's just that I was concentrating on transport and community and safety.
Yeah, the correct word is e-government. We saw that in G20. There was a lot of SMMEs there. All right. You are a very sweet person in person. I've met you a couple of times. Unfortunately, we have to meet in these circumstances. Please forgive me. Who appoints the ministers and who, the deputy ministers, and who do they account to?
Thank you, Honorable Member. In terms of, if you can go into my statement, I think, in terms of the Constitution 93A, the deputy ministers are appointed by the President, and then the B says, he said they're appointed by the President among members of the National Assembly, and then also B says he can also appoint 2 deputy ministers who are not in there. So it's the President that appoints.
Accountability, who do you account to?
Accountability is Parliament, very clear. And then also in terms of the executive powers that we have been given. So
who
it's
does
both
your
ways.
performance assessment?
The performance assessment under normal circumstances should be done by the President and the Minister.
How often?
It will depend, normally quarterly or half yearly or at the end of the year. It will depend.
Okay, in the past 12 months, have you done any?
I think you're aware that we never had any delegation, and then how would you do that? But for now, at least I have 2 delegations. I have the delegation on GBVF. I know that I will be assessed on it. I have delegation on the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy. I'll be assessed on it. Thank you.
Your experience tells me that you may have, possibly, you may have come across or came across an issue of ghost salaries. Should I continue, Chair? Or should I? Okay. You may have came across an issue of ghost salaries. So what I want you to explain to me, how do you feel about those ghost salaries? People who earn salaries, behleze emakhaya, bengenzi lutho, bangaziwa. What's your feeling about that one?
No, there's no way in which we should be able to pay people who are not doing their work. And that is why in your system, as you build it, you must be able to, from time to time, make audit of your employees. What we did in Limpopo at one stage, they said everybody is going to get salary by a check, and you must come with the ID personally to come and sign for it. Then that's where we realized that we had more, I think it was more than 2,000 ghosts or whatever. So if you also have digitalized, your employees, the information and others, it will be able to give you the information that you need. Even tell you that Boshielo is going to be 60 in 3 months' time and retire, and say to you then, start recruiting so that as I go out in 3 months, the person must just come in on the 1st so that we don't have also those gaps. So it's a lot of things that can be done, and I agree with you fully.
If I may ask, what is the difference between your salary, Deputy Minister Matale, and the ghost salaries? What is the difference?
As you know, as a member, is the same. Ours and yours are...
No, let me just clarify.
Okay.
The ghost salaries, people earn salaries for doing nothing, and your salaries and DP Matale. What's the difference between the two?
I think you were not here when the question was asked, what was my responsibility? I can take you through in terms of my statement.
You just told me now that the president can't do a performance assessment with you because they were not delegated functions, right?
Yes.
Which means now, if the president has to assess you, there must be something given to you to do. They cannot assess you on what you decided to do. For example, you went and did the zamazamas, as you say. That was your interaction or intervention, I must say. It was not the president. The president could not assess you on that, right? Do we agree?
You did not understand me.
Okay,
Honorable member.
please make me understand.
Remember, you also get delegation or assignment. Let me not talk about the delegation. Assignment from the cabinet executive. Remember, when the president appoints the cabinet, he appoints the minister and the deputy ministers, not the ministers and then finish the deputy ministers and say you'll patch yourself what to do. It's very clear what your responsibilities are. So I said in terms of the minister, who would from time to time give us responsibilities to do, and we're doing them, including accounting to our portfolio committees that I've said that we needed to account.
So, Chair, did you notice my hand for a follow-up question? Can I come in?
No. Let's allow Honorable Shonga
I think he wants to respect
to
me,
conclude his time. Just write your questions down yourself, and Honorable Matthijs, you'll come in when he's done.
All right, thank you, Chair. So I want to understand, when you say the minister can only assess you on the delegations that given to you, and you say in the past 12 months you have not done that. So does he assess you on the performances that you are, the side jobs that you are given? Are you assessed on those?
Honorable member, I'm not talking about the side jobs. It says that you assist the minister. So the minister will give responsibility. And I said, if you have read my statement, at a strategic level and support level. So I'm a member of the executive, so the responsibilities that I will be given to will be executive in nature.
So you would say you are earning your salary?
I didn't understand you when you talk about the ghost workers. Yes. Actually, I think I'm underpaid. Thank you.
You under?
Paid.
Okay.
Are you saying you are an underpaid ghost worker?
I understand when you talk about the ghost, that you wanted to say I'm a ghost. I can show you. I've shown it in my diary, which I think if you can compare it with yours, you will not even come nearer to it. You know, this is the only October 1.
Is that the salary?
Is the diary?
Or the one that you made for yourself?
No. You were not here when
Okay.
I went through
No,
it. I was asked the question, I went through it. I'm saying this notion, and I clarified it when I started, this notion that deputy ministers just earn their salaries and not do anything is not correct. And I went to all length, you know, to be able to do that. I don't know either, Chair, you want me to start again?
No. I get what you're saying.
Okay.
My questions, I think my confusion together with South Africans is this. You said 3 days before the minister was removed, you and DP Matale had to go and deliver a speech.
Budget.
The budget, I meant to say it. Thank you for that. Now, I want to question the fact that, is the president thinking of South Africans in terms where there's a wastage of money? One, you were not delegated functions. Number two, there's 2 ministers who are earning salaries with no functions. An acting minister coming from outside the cabinet, the structure of MPs and stuff like that. And another acting minister, which was Honorable Mantashe, and now the suspended minister. You guys say you took charge and you delivered. So why did the president not save money, according to you? Why did the president not save money by taking one of the 2 of the DPs and appoint them into being a minister, if you guys can deliver and can do the function? Doesn't it also look bad on your credibility that we cannot trust you because the president doesn't trust you that you can deliver? He decided, no, I cannot take one of these two, I'll just go outside the parliament and look outside the parliament for somebody whom I can put there. And I believe that had he not done that, he would have saved money by not appointing a person who was working outside, who didn't need a job, but given that gave that person a space.
I'd like to raise a point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, it's a point of order, Chair. Chair, we sat here and we endured Honorable Mateis, and we didn't call point of orders when she was doing exactly what Honorable Shongwe did, and I think to a certain extent, maybe Honorable Sauls. It is not fair to the witness that we expect the witness to account for the thoughts of other people. And we cannot expect the witness to be able to respond to things that are outside her purview. And I think that we should not allow that to happen, Honorable Chair. It's
Point of order sustained.
Let me redirect my question, Chair.
Point of order, Honorable Matthias.
Chair, there's a difference between asking the Deputy Minister in her experience to tell us what she thinks about something and asking whether what the other person was thinking. And our questions are on the line on what does she think or what is her interpretation of events. And that's two very different things. So it's not something to endure, Honorable Member.
Yeah, that point of order is not sustained, Honorable Nomvalo.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, there's absolutely nothing wrong with putting a proposition to a witness. And that does not preclude a right of a witness to give an answer to her satisfactory. The witness can say, I can't answer this one because it's not within my competency. The witness can say, I agree. The witness can say, I do not agree. So let's not want to be active on how the witnesses must answer to questions and want to prescribe questions for members. Because there is no gun that is put on the witness to say, respond like this. The witness can say, no, I can't respond because I feel that this question must be responded to by the relevant person, either by the minister or by the president. So I'm afraid, Chair, if we're going to be after each other like this, in terms of wanting to ascertain questions which are relevant or not relevant, without making a consideration of how the witnesses respond to a question, I think, Chair, we're going to defeat the whole purpose of this fact-finding process. So let's allow members to ask questions, and if a witness says, no, I can't answer, and the witness will tell you if they need your protection to say, Chair, on this one, I think I answer. And the member is insisting that I must answer, even though I've made an indication that I can't answer. So please protect me.
But I am protecting you, and I'm protecting the guests that we invite here, and I'm protecting the integrity of our process. We have the terms of reference that we have adopted. And furthermore, we must be consistent ourselves as honorable members. It is not kind when a member asks a question and then you expect the witness to say, no, I will not answer to this question. What we do, let's ask the questions that are framed within our terms of reference. If you need an opinion, you can say, what is your opinion on this matter? And I think it helps us to move forward. And I'm going to plead, honorable members, let's move forward and not make this a matter for a point of debate. Honorable Sauls.
No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to state that my questioning was in line with our terms of reference, for the record. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. No, he says the question that he asked you was within the terms of reference. You are left with 2 minutes.
Even Honorable Shongwe's question is
You are
in
left
line.
with 2 minutes, Honorable Shongwe. No. When they started, we were we were at 39. So there was 1 minute. There was 1 minute left, and 1 minute and seconds. So I credit those seconds to a minute. So you have 2 minutes left. You are expiring at 14:46.
I wish you were not an ANC member, because those questions would be 5 minutes now. But I'm joking, Chair, it's fine. No, the reason I'm asking this, Chair, is that, you know, in King in South Africa, Chair, having members that want to lead, benganawo members, yona into esibangela inkinga leyo. Yingakho ngibuza u-Deputy Minister, that's why I'm asking the Deputy Minister that, in her own thinking, how does she feel with this fact that, you see, I'm coming from a Davidton, in a place called, there's a Twatwa, there's Barcelona where there's no transformers of electricity and all that, and we need to save cost for those things, Chair. It's important. So now when the president decides to take a person from outside, you being appointed, you have a right to say, hey, President, I think take one of the deputy ministers. I shouldn't ask questions, Chair. Now I was just clarifying this where I was going, because the question will be taken out of context. Yeah, bo. So I want to push that point so that it's clearly understood that Unembeza is important as a leader, Chair, that if you do take accountability and cost-saving measures, wouldn't it have been an opportunity for you to say to the President, President, before you appoint outside, please look inside, let's save money, because we're paying 5 salaries for one position. It's 5. Mantashe, Honorable Mantashe, the 2 of you, and acting and the minister. They were paid 5 salaries. We could have saved money there.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me correct you, it's 4. Honorable Mantashe is already a Minister of Minerals and so.
Are you saying when he acted, it got nothing?
No. And then, one, remember the President appoint ministers, doesn't ask you whether you appoint me and not. But also secondly, while deputy ministers, we are members of the executive, but not cabinet members.
The time of the honourable member is up. Honourable Matthews, you wanted to ask a follow-up question. What is your follow-up question?
I'm even scared
Thank you
to
so
ask
much,
now
Honourable
because
Shongwe.
we're not sustaining anything with me, Chair. Just quickly, it was just on clarity, Dr. DM. You've said you now have responsibilities, but with the new acting minister, you've been assigned responsibilities of the GBV and, am I right?
But we're not done.
Okay, so the question here is not about responsibilities, but more about, do you have a designated functions now, and have you received a letter for it? And can we have a copy of the letter so far on what your designated functions are?
Remember, delegations can also not be in writing. But for now, this is what the minister said I must do. But as we finish others, I think you'll be able to write comprehensive functions in terms of what I'm expected to do.
Then. I'm asking for a point of clarity, Chair. Please bear with me. I'm not being difficult.
Okay.
And DM, I'm also not being difficult with you, and I also don't think you must take it personal when we're questioning this thing about deputy ministers. And it's not a reflection on whether you've been working or not working.
Okay.
As the public and as members of parliament, you're supposed to have designated functions. All deputy ministers, not just you. So the bigger question here on what we're trying to deal with is that are our ministers and is our cabinet failing South Africans? We are allocating budgets and then they are not doing their jobs by giving you these designated functions that you're supposed to, so you can answer for. So I'm just asking, that process, I don't know how it works with the other deputy ministers, whether they get, these are your designated functions, because if you are appraised, there needs to be something in writing. So Chair, that's what I'm trying to determine.
That's what I'm saying, not yet in right. We'll be finishing it because we're preparing to come here to.
So the deputy, so the acting minister's been running around in China instead of also sorting out, or
Yes.
wherever he
Okay,
is,
can
instead
we
of
take,
sorting
Yeah,
out.
but also
Thank
to
you.
say other deputy ministers have.
The time for follow-up
delegation.
is over. Can we take Honourable Nomvalo, your follow-up?
Yeah, no, my follow-up is almost, I'm being interrupted, Chair. Maybe the EFF is attacking me, Chair. Can I be protected?
You are on the platform, Honorable Member.
Yeah.
I want to move to Honorable James and
No, Vale, she's not attacking you.
Let's
We
speak.
are going to
Yeah, no, Chair.
Let's speak crispy.
My question is almost similar to that of Honorable Mateis. The DM, still I'm under attack, Chair. The DM has said that she will now be assessed because there are functions which have been delegated to her. Now, my follow-up question is, since you said that you were assigned functions which are executive in nature, do you mean that when you say you will now be assessed, do you mean that for the past 12 months your duties were not assessed?
Honorable Member, I think it has been said in this committee that we don't have the delegations, but we had work that we're doing, and I showed you what I was doing and everything. Yes. So it means I would not get a bonus, but I work for people.
Yeah, no, I get that, DM. But do you mean that that work that you have been assigned to has not been assessed up until today?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
That's what I needed.
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, is there
No,
anything?
Chair. No. Point of order, Chair. Sorry, Honorable.
I had a follow-up.
My hand was up first.
Oh, I was
The
noted.
Chair nodded to me. Chair, you're doing the same thing you did in the last meeting.
No, it's fine.
Today, I can't accept it, Chair.
It's okay, Honorable Sol. My apologies. You are right. Your hand was up before Honorable Sangoni. May we start with you?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Doctor, just for clarity, I understood you to say that even though there was not delegations, but you have at least 2 delegated responsibilities. So you are a deputy minister with at least 2 delegated responsibilities, correct?
Can I clarify? I'm saying with the current acting minister, the 2, with the current.
Yes, but as we sit here now, we
Yes,
can say you
yes,
are deputy minister
yes.
with formally delegated responsibilities.
Yes,
2
and
of
we
them.
are not done. When we finish this process, because we're preparing this, we had to really take you serious and prepare and come and do statement, and others were going to finish the rest. He will come, I think, tomorrow also to say
but
how he's going to
for
do it.
now is 2.
Yes, for now is 2.
Thank you, Honorable Sang.
And I can say them, or?
No, it's fine. Nobody asked which are those, but you have said them. It's gender and integrated what. Honorable Sangoni.
My follow-up, Chair. Deputy Minister, are you appointed in terms of the Public Service Act or the Constitution, Section 9 that you indicated?
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'm appointed in terms of the Constitution of this country.
Now, DM, in the Constitution or any other law that you know of, is there anything that requires you to have a performance assessment?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Is there any member who still wants to ask a question before we go to Honorable James? ANC, is there any member who wants to ask a question before we go to Honorable James? MKP, is there any member who wants to ask a follow-up question before we go to Honorable James? Okay.
Yeah. So in the event where, Chair, the follow-up comes after that follow-up question, the last one. Now, in the events where there is a designated performance plan, deputy ministers are assessed, right? It's a normal practice that their performance is assessed. It has been established. I'm saying in the event where the delegation of functions has been made on time, their performance is assessed, is that correct?
Yes.
So it's an established protocol that their performance is assessed from time to time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any other follow-up question? Okay. Can we move to Honorable James? It's now 6 minutes to 3. Your time will expire at 10 minutes past 3.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, DM. DM, do you believe your testimony here today added any value to the mandate of this committee?
Good afternoon, Honorable James. Surely, yes, you have. It's just that we are not going through the annexures that are here and all other things. Yeah, I think it has added value.
Do you think your testimony adds value towards you sort of justifying that you are keeping busy, or it adds value towards South Africans actually getting to the bottom of this?
As I explained, Honorable James, unless if you want me to go back and explain what do I do. Yes, I think it adds value. I was with you, Honorable James, at the court there in terms of the GBVF.
Minister, DM, with all due respect, I don't want us to go there today. I want to ask you, are you aware of the fact that Brown Mokgotsi was attacked in his car? That's what the socials are saying this morning. Are you aware of an incident that took place?
I was preparing to come here and I didn't watch TV or social media.
I'm just asking because I'm worried. Remember earlier on we spoke about the big fish, and we need to get to the bottom of this. And having you here today, I feel, Deputy Minister, should have maybe come at the end. We need the likes of Brown Mokgotsi and those people that is distributing drugs into our communities. Do you agree?
I thought in terms of the terms of reference, they point out to you who need to be here and who need to not be here. And I hope, Honorable James, you are not saying because I'm not a small fish, I'm a tadpole.
No, I'm not saying anything. This is actually a very serious matter because you know what, sitting here, hailing from a community, just this weekend, 9 people were gunned down in Reiche Park. Mothers were shot, assassinated in their heads. The people that are embroiled in this should have been on the scene, assisting our communities and ridding our communities of crime. Minister, you have continuously here today, you have shown us your busy diary and showed us that every day there's something in there. Do you think, would you agree with me that when you don't have a coordinated approach towards a certain goal, you can just be keeping busy doing absolutely nothing and there's no impact for South Africans on the ground? So do you agree with me that keeping busy does not necessarily translate to an impact that will favorably respond to South Africans in terms of the crime patterns unfolding in our communities?
I think it depends what you mean.
I'm saying, Minister,
when you say you are busy,
I'm saying, DM, that when you have a deputy minister, the three of you in my thinking should be working hand in hand, hand in glove towards resolving the crime issues that our country is experiencing. We have you having a full diary. We have the other deputy minister saying that he doesn't have a job, he doesn't have work to do, and we have the minister in cahoots with alleged criminals. Does that move this country forward? That is what South Africans are seeing right now. The disconnect between three people that's meant to be working in a coordinated approach.
I can't respond to that, Honorable Member.
All I'm asking, a DM, you are a well-learned person. Do you not agree with me as a woman and as a mother, take off your cap as a DM, that we need a coordinated approach and the three of you need to be working hand in glove towards putting an end
yes, I agree
to
with
the
you.
shootings in the Cape Flats, in Reiche Park, in Eldorado Park,
in Mthatha,
in Tata,
yes,
everywhere else in our country.
Absolutely.
And that is not happening.
It's happening.
It is not. How do you say it is happening, DM, when the Deputy Minister last week said that he has no duties? You have come here and you've said that you have a full diary. It is not coordinated. It is not towards a certain outcome. That is what I'm trying to show here. Yes, you are keeping busy, no doubt. But it is not serving South Africans. When you don't have a proper plan, you know that that's where the goalposts are. That's where we all need to work towards. You are ultimately failing South Africans by purely keeping busy.
I can't answer for another one.
You're not answering for another one. I'm just asking
But I said
for your
I
opinion.
agree with you that we need to operate in a very coordinated manner to deal with the issue. In particular, I said the safety of our communities and also ensuring the sovereignty of our country. Thank you.
DM, you know what? It's not rocket science that you have no involvement, really, in the crime that is unfolding within SAPS. That is just might be proven wrong at a later stage, but for where we're at right now. But also, DM, the fact that you have such a big position that carries so much weight, and you see something on social media, and all that worries you is it authentic or is it fake? And you don't probe it, despite feeling uncomfortable, despite having your own opinion. You don't stand up and you say, Minister, are you sure that this is the right step? Are you sure that we should be doing this? And you don't probe, and you just leave it like that.
I think I've answered it. The minister has the executive authority.
I'm asking it now, DM. I'm asking it.
You want me to
I need you to answer whether you've answered it before. I am asking. I need certainty and surety here today that you are the right person, that you are fit for this post, that if ever something comes to your attention and you are uncomfortable, you'll raise your voice in the interest of South Africans.
I think I've said it here and gave an example where I have personally stood up and say what needs to be said.
What was that when you saw that letter? Because in your testimony, I read that you received it on social media, you saw it, and you were sort of satisfied at the fact that the minister verified that, yes, he had penned that letter, and that's where you left it.
I didn't say I was satisfied necessarily. I was just saying he confirmed that it was not. And in terms of how I felt, I think the SC asked me how I felt, and I said it, how I felt.
How did you feel, DM? Because I keep on saying, I'm asking the questions now.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed. What did you do with that disappointment? Did it translate to any action, tangible sort of action?
The issue here, Honorable James, is that the letter was already out. I said it here in the statement, and I'm under oath. I'm talking about the statement that I took oath of. I said by that time, where I could have, and I said it, I could have made an input, and the letter could have been different, but the mere fact that that letter was already out, you know, what was I supposed to do?
No, DM, you cannot just fold your hands and say, what was I supposed to do?
I'm not folding my hands. I'm busy.
It is disappointing to hear that, but I'm going to leave it at that. I seriously don't think that we should have called you at this stage. I don't have any more questions. I'm not going to waste time here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Taupa. Your time expires at 20 minutes past 3.
Thank you, Chairperson. I won't take so much time. Good day, Deputy Minister. A lot of questions have been answered and asked, so I'll be jumping through my questions, so pardon me if it doesn't always come in a uniform way. Deputy Minister, you mentioned that the letter that was circulating was fake. And you said the minister called you to explain that it wasn't fake, and you did try to explain this, and I did hear you. I just want to ask two parts of a question here. Why did you think it was fake? What brought you to that conclusion that it was most probably fake? And I really need to get more clarity on why did the minister think that you thought it was fake? Because he called you and had to clarify that specific issue with you. And I would just try to understand the reasonings that you might have for him phoning you out of the blue after not consulting you to actually give the directive in the first place. Why would he feel it necessary to phone you?
On your first question, you were saying why the letter was
Why
fake.
did you feel it was
Because
fake?
it
What
was
led you
never
to that?
discussed with us, with me as a deputy minister, and involved the department that I'm deputy minister. And, then I thought it was just like all these fake things going on, misinformation things going on and everything. So that's why I thought it cannot. The second one, the reason why, I think the minister was here, he explained to this committee why he had to take that decision, and then I was listening very carefully as you were explaining to him, or probing why did he take such a decision on the 31st and then all others. So why he phoned me out of the blue, I think because of how we work, we will normally consult each other. And I think for sure he thought, why are we not asking about the letter? And then maybe that's why he phoned to say, no, it's not a fake, it's me, I've written that letter.
So just to clarify, Deputy Minister, you're saying it was important enough for him to consult you that it was fake or not fake, but it was not important enough to consult you to actually execute the decision to send out the letter. Is that what you are saying?
I can't say on his behalf, but I'm just saying from me how I felt about it.
No problem. Thank you, Deputy Minister. I do take note of the inputs that you've already given on this matter, and you did express that you were very disappointed. And I have to say this because it catches me. You say in your statement that the gap created a lack of reasonable and adequate consultation, and it gave an opportunity for the controversy to erupt. And then you say, well, I would ask that, are you saying Minister Mchunu is directly responsible for the mess we find ourselves in? And I ask this specifically because you must understand, Deputy Minister, this controversy has created a situation where it has brought our portfolios, various portfolios, almost to a snail's pace. And it's taxpayers' money is being spent to fund this whole thing. And so that's why I ask you your opinion on this matter is, do you link Minister Mchunu directly to this mess, as what it alludes to in your statement?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I don't think the letter is a mess, but I think your formation as the ad hoc committee and going through your TOR is because of that letter.
Deputy Minister, you spoke about the police, the minister acting alone, and he departed from all protocols for dealing with structures created by the IMC. You were not sure if the IMC was receiving reports. I think it's in paragraph 33 of your statement, if I'm correct. Who were the IMCs at the point of disbandment? Who was part of the IMC? And if there were none, who was he meant to consult then, in your view?
As I said, before this committee, the former minister, Minister Bekitele, said there was IMC. And then Minister Mchunu came here and said there was no IMC. I said to you, when you serve in the IMC, the president will write you a letter to say you are serving in the IMC because it involves different departments, and then it will give the lead department. So I have not received any letter to serve in the IMC. So that's why I didn't know whether it's there or not.
So you're saying you do not know if there's an IMC in place currently?
No.
So who was he meant to consult if you at this point in time still don't know if there's an IMC in place?
Remember this, the IMC that we're talking about consists of the ministers. Yes. And then they say the PKTT then report to the minister, it's chaired by the Minister of Police, and then they report to the IMC. And I think there's a reason why they don't report to anybody, but the IMC, because maybe of the sensitivity of issues they are dealing with.
So there was an IMC in place, Deputy Minister? On the 31st of December, up until that point, was there an IMC in place that the Minister
said-
could go to? I'm not hearing you.
I said, I don't know, because if I was a member, I would have been given a letter, so I don't know.
So Deputy Minister, from December up until now, and we're in November, considering that all of these allegations have been brought to light, it's been televised, it's in the Madlanga Commission, have you not found an opportunity to go find out if an IMC then in fact exists?
I did, and I did not get any satisfactory answer.
I will leave it there, Deputy. You hold two very critical views. The first, you write in your witness statements, I think it's paragraph 40 and 41, on the view both the Minister and the National Commissioner should engage regular consultations and engagements on matters concerning the department. You then go on to a second critical functionary should be also take each other into confidence on matters that have dire impact on the efficiency and effective functioning of the police service. Those are your two parts, and they are very, very strong views, but they read very much like criticism of what didn't happen. Deputy Minister, do you believe, and I ask you in your possible limited knowledge of the matter, that Minister Mchunu actually engaged with the National Commissioner in regular consultations in 2024 from becoming Minister?
As I said, we had a meeting where we suggested it, and then it was going on. Even now, and I even gave an example, when we go to a portfolio committee or a standing committee, the National Commissioner, as the head of the administration, then we'll get the right head to prepare the report, and we prepare together and go through them. So when we come to the portfolio or the standing committee, all of us are on the same page. So yes, they work together very
So they were consulting. Deputy Minister, then do you know if the Minister and the National Commissioner consulted specifically on the disbandment of the task team? If they were in such consultations, as you say, were you present at any meeting? Did you hear anything? Do you know of anything?
They were consulting each other.
On the PKTT disbandment?
Yes.
So do you stand that he closed the PKTT on his own volition, or do you feel that he had consulted then?
I think the issue, they've consulted each other. I think what suppressed all of us and what you must help us as the committee to get to this is why then the letter was written on the 31st.
I think that's a reason for my questioning, Deputy Minister, because I'm trying to get to that point, because we hear on one hand nobody was consulted, and the next very next instance you hear somebody was consulted. So we keep getting contradictory answers to very specific questions, and these very specific questions are easy. Was there or was there not consultation? Is there or is there not an IMC in place? So on one hand you say there is, on one hand you say there isn't. On one hand we're saying the Minister must consult the IMC, and on the one hand we don't even know if there's one in place. And that makes the whole process difficult if we're trying to find out, and nobody, including the Deputy Ministers, the previous Ministers, can actually come with an answer. Deputy Minister, I think if you're unsure about this consultation process on this PKTT specifically, or that you're not sure about any of those type of consultations, I would say that it's quite a stark contrast to your strong views that you hold, the first critical views that I read to you about the engagements and the efficient and effective functioning of the police service, of those two, I would say, bodies working together, the Minister and the National Commissioner. And I think I will pause there, Chairperson. I wouldn't want to waste time, and I thank you for your answers, Deputy Minister.
And I clarify that because we can't just leave it like that, as if...
You're more than welcome.
I said this because in terms of the letters, I think this should have happened. My strong views to consult each other and work together.
Okay, thank you so much. We are going to break for 15 minutes. We come back at past. When we come back, it's Honorable Sangoni Honorable Skosana, Honorable Cameron, and the last is Honorable Mngango, in that order. Thank you so much. 20 minutes each. Thank you.
Unmissable early Black Friday deals on Amazon. Shop now and save big before they migrate.
Here's what could happen if you don't have a will. 1. Your estate is distributed
Thanks very much, honorable members. Welcome, Honorable Diane Kola-Barnett, Honorable Tulani Kamede from the MKP. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Kamede.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. We welcome you here to our proceedings. It is an established practice here that as and when honorable members come to join us, we introduce them for the South African public to know that you support us, you know the work that we are doing. We are doing it in the name and on behalf of Parliament and for the people of the Republic. We want to thank you so much for your time to be here with us. Welcome, Dr. Boshielo, SP, Honorable Deputy Minister of Police. The first speaker after the break, I said, is Honorable Sangoni. 31 minutes after 15 hours, 51 minutes after 15 hours, your time expires.
Thank you.
The clock starts now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet you again, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, this committee has spent a lot of time on this issue of deputy ministers. I'm not sure its relevance to our terms of reference, but I want to come back to it. DM, I'm going to speak about things that are in my knowledge, that I know them for a fact, and then just ask you some questions afterwards. So in the portfolio committees that we oversee, for example, part of the presidency, I know that DM Mhlauli, she is delegated Operation Vulindlela, the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative and Stats SA. Deputy Minister Morolong is delegated the GCIS, Brand South African MDDA. In international relations, Deputy Minister Moraga, she is allocated Africa and the Middle East. And Deputy Minister Bottas is allocated South America and Australasia. Now, in your opinion, DM, do you think that these functions that are delegated to these deputy ministers are important?
Thank you very much, Honorable Sangoni. Yes, it is very important, like I said before, when I explain what our rules are. And I want to also say to you, the characters might not be the same. I'm just saying this for the record. So it does not mean that if DM Matali were not able to articulate some of the things, he's not doing anything. And that we're not working as a team with the minister. The three of us, actually they were calling us the triplets because most of the two were doing together. So we must not have an impression that DM Matali, because he did not answer the question what he do every day when he wake up, and the minister were not working together, or DM Matali is not. And then with the cartoons that are going there, and that is a ghost worker and not earning his salary. Thank you very much. As I said, honorable member, it's in terms of the constitution. And as I said also, other deputy ministers, they have, it's not this ones, they have the delegations. I think you reached a place where you sit down and discuss this issue and be comfortable with each other, and then the strength. Like I'm giving my own example that the minister saw my doctorate on technology and then just gave me the technology for me to go and address the international platform on technology, because I knew what I was all about. So they have the delegation, and it is important for them to do that. And also as I explained to you, SAPS is not SAPS only.
Wait, I'm coming to that,
Okay.
DM.
All right.
So while you have this problem of not being delegated, and maybe some other deputy ministers, it's not across the board that not everybody has delegations, okay?
Oh.
And I know that's correct, because also in our portfolio committee, DM Gungubele is delegated artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, digital skills, commitments on the African continent, the Post Office, the Post Bank, NEMISA, the Film Publication Board, and .ZEDNA. Now his minister, Minister Maladzi, looks after the department, the SABC, Centec, Broadband Infraco, ICASA, CETA, USASA, Telcom, and then the rest of the sector. Now, do you think that Minister Maladzi could do all of this alone, still do cabinet committees, still do international engagements if he didn't have a deputy minister?
Never. Let's be honest, honorable member. You will never have. Actually, I'm scared when you spoke about all those responsibilities because we're going into the digital stage where South Africa must be able to catch up. We are behind. So if the two of them have to do it, honestly, I don't think they will be able to do justice to it. I thought maybe they must have another DM, but it's not up to me. It's the minister's one. So, yeah, that will be my response.
So DM are not useless?
They are very, very useful. Okay. It's just that people would want to portray DMs as being useless because they ask one DM what you do when you wake up and could not give an answer. Then they said, then you see, and the chair did not even protect us when they even call us small fishes. That's why I am upfront even saying, I'm not a small fish, I'm a tadpole, but my qualifications really talk for me and what I do. Thank
Very
you.
educated tadpole. I apologize.
Yes, educated.
Deputy Minister, so on the issue of working together, and I want to come to this thing that all of you are just fluffing about, you have no coordination, no vision. Am I correct that you have the National Development Plan, you have the medium-term framework, you have the strategic plan of the department, and you also have the strategy that you raised here of the integrated violence? Now, are you not all working together in fulfillment of that vision in a coordinated manner, DM?
I just want to be specific also to show you in my what I said about it. We work as a team, like you're saying. I said, it's here. That SAPS consists of SAPS, DPCI, which is the HOCs, and the 3 entities. And as a result, sometimes I will deal with the Civilian Secretariat or CIRA, or I pitch, the minister deal with the SAPS, and then DM Matali will deal with DCIP and what. So that's why I even said, when we go to portfolios or anywhere, we, together with the National Commissioner and his team, would come together and prepare together on that one. And then what we present to the committees, the standing committee, is a joint effort of all of us and the same understanding. So this issue that, because we have this particular problem that we're dealing with, we're not working together and people are not working, the minister was what, and then we might not be articulate like all of us, and that's what we supplement each other in terms of the leadership. I might be able to articulate, dear Matali might not be able to articulate, but it doesn't mean he's just a ghost and not doing anything. I don't think it's really, really fair. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thanks, Arnold. I want to come to this issue of ghosts. Ne? So there's an impression that's created here that you sit in meetings all the time, and that means that you are not working. You heard that, right? Okay.
Yes, I
so
heard
do
it.
you think that it is correct, for example, to say Honorable Shongwe, who's sitting in meetings in the morning until late in this ad hoc committee for 3 months, is it fair to say that Honorable Shongwe is not working?
That's what the Honorable Member wanted to say, because I was fair enough to say I serve in the JCPS cluster. I serve in the Economic Sector Investment and Employment and Infrastructure Development Committee and all joints. I'm also the champion of the DDM in Kangala and all other things. And if you don't call this work, it's something else. But also, as part of this, we come to the portfolio committee as I said, is 5 divisions. So you present 5 annual reports, 5 strategic plans, 5 APPs, 5 quarterly reports, and all those kind of things. And you can just understand how many meetings we had. So our chairperson, fortunately, is in this committee. He'll be able to explain that there was never a time where we did not come and present, as requested by the Constitution, that we must be accountable to Parliament. So you can't say sitting in portfolio committees we are not working. We are ghost workers. That is why I wanted to clarify it, and I think it is unfair, and I thought the chair would have protected dear Matali on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sangweni, just a second. Please replace Honorable Shongo with Honorable Lakhanyan and say, the chair who sits here the whole day, is it fair to say he's not working? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll actually replace Honorable Shongwe with members of Parliament. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, Honorable Dear, my last question on this matter, and you heard that you were told that you can choose to say that you won't respond, they must ask the relevant person. But I'm asking your opinion. Do you think, in your opinion, Honorable Deputy Minister, that when Mr. Zuma, who's the president of the MK, appoints deputy presidents in his party, do you think he consults his members and says, no, maybe take this one, leave this one?
On a point of order, Chair. Yes. Chair, you have established a norm here through a point of order which has been raised by Honorable Sangoni. You sustained it. She said it's unfair to ask from witnesses questions to which they do not have answers, because such questions must be asked from the relevant people who made such decisions. And you correctly sustained the order by saying it was unfair for Honorable Shongwe to ask the witness the question he was asking. So the same member, Chair, who made that order, who raised that order, again is falling on the same trap. So we're just appealing for consistency, nothing else.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo. You heard me correctly, and I'm happy that you say the order was correctly sustained, and this order is equally correctly sustained.
Thank you. No, I thought you had a counter, but thank you. If it's sustained, Chair, I will withdraw the question about whether Mr. Zuma consults his party members when appointing deputy presidents. But then, so would you think that the question that was asked to you about whether President Ramaphosa should have asked you that no, take from one of us, was that a fair question?
It was unfair because in terms of the Constitution, which I think all of us should be our Bible as lawmakers, is that it gives the president the power to appoint cabinet members and deputy ministers among the members in the National Assembly, but also goes further to say he can appoint 2 ministers, not more than 2 ministers, and not more than 2 deputy ministers from outside the National Assembly. I thought we are lawmakers, they are obvious we do. So they give him that power. So that's why I said, I can go and say, why do you not appoint me on this one? And also the other thing I want to clarify, members or deputy ministers, in terms of the Constitution that I'm talking about, deputy ministers can't act as ministers. Only a cabinet minister can act as ministers. That's in the Constitution. So if we want to make deputy ministers to act as ministers, you are lawmakers, you can change the Constitution. But in terms of the Constitution, deputy ministers can act as ministers. That is why they have to bring another minister who's Minister Mantashe to assist in this regard.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have no further questions. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Honorable Skosana 15:44, your time ends at 5 minutes past 16 hours.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the Deputy Minister.
Afternoon.
The good thing, Chair, is that I sit in the committee of the Police Portfolio Committee. As I said once again, that I was not parachuted. At least I know the things which are happening in that department. Now, I'm going to start by saying there's internal systems which were not followed by the minister. It's a fact. That the issue of the delegations which were not given to our 2 deputy ministers is a fact. I'm not sure whether the deputy minister agree with me with that. That the fact of the matter is that the minister failed to delegate powers to you and Deputy Minister Matale. It's a fact, am I right? Now we know, South Africans knows now that you had no delegation.
Yes, we don't have any delegation.
Yes.
It's a fact.
Now, the new minister has done so within two months, am I right?
You are right.
Now, I don't think that someone has said that you were not working. The issue of cost, the issue and that. The fact of the matter is that, as we agree now, that you were not given any task. Besides that, I said to the Deputy Matale that you were moonlighting. You'll find there's nurses here, by profession they are nurses, but they have been called at Velges, the other time, Jacaranda, because they are nurses by profession. Now, I understand, we are in politics as well, that sometimes Honorable Sangoni, sometimes, now he invoked other departments that this one works, he went that. It is unnecessary. There we are talking about the police here. Nothing else. We've got 2 deputy ministers, Honorable Sangweni, which are witnesses. We don't have communications. We don't have any other department before us. Those will account at the portfolio committee where they belong. Now, let's start now, Deputy Minister, because we work well in the department.
Address the chair.
Oh, Chair, sorry, yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Forget about honorable members.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I think the message is clear.
Address the chairperson.
Yeah. There was a question here which I'm going to pose to you. Have you ever spoken to General Mkwakwanazi before the 6th or after the 6th?
Yes, I've spoken to General Mkwanazi like all other 9 provincial commissioners, the DNCs, the divisional commissioners, including the national commissioner himself.
Yeah, I'm talking about regarding the matter of the PKTT. Have you ever spoken to him about that?
No.
After the 6th, you never spoken to him?
No.
Because he mentioned that there was a minister, a deputy minister, but he didn't mention who, whether it's you or it's, he never said Dr. Boshielo or Deputy Minister Matale. So you say it was not you?
You were not here. We discussed the issue. It was me, and we finished the issue.
Yeah, maybe I was not in here.
Yes,
but
you were not in, but,
yeah,
the SC asked me at length what happened and then how, and then responded and everything. Unless if you want me to start from scratch.
No, maybe to summarize, what was to discuss between you and General Mkwanazi?
We normally discuss work, and we also took pictures, you can't believe. One, I went to Ulundi for the pass out of students there, and then with Dr. Libya when he was still in the DPCI, and then he was the host. And then you know how we do the pass out parade. You go together, with them and everything. I could say that everything was organized perfectly and well and worked very well. also we went there when we were launching our national safety plan that we are implementing now in all the provinces. And then we were warmly welcomed by him. But also as we meet in the MINMEC and also Board of Committees meeting. So we'll have a chat. And I must say, that guy is very brilliant, the way we exchange issues and ideas. I think it's very good.
Let me touch the issue of the Constitution because you have touched it now. When you say it's a prerogative right of the president to appoint whoever he wants to appoint, or if she was a she had all the right to appoint whatever she wants to appoint as president, because the Constitution allows him or her to do that. Am I right?
To appoint the president?
No, I'm saying the president. He has a right to appoint whoever he wants. Am I right? As a deputy minister, as a minister as well.
Yes, sir.
But you know that in this country we have a case where some of people make a joke to say there was a 3-day minister. That right was not implemented. We are aware of that. That the president has appointed someone and there was an outcry within or whatever, but that right was suspended, temporarily suspended. Then there was another minister within 3 or 4 days. Am I right?
Yes, I'm aware. Remember, honorable member, I've been a member. This is my 3rd term as a member of parliament. Yes, I was there. The president had the right to appoint whoever he wanted to, which he did appoint that minister. And I don't know what changed his mind, but he still has the right to dismiss. If you look at the Constitution, it even gives him the right to appoint, but also give him the right to dismiss. So I don't see anything wrong with what the president did.
No, there was something wrong. It was not the wish of the president. It was not the wish of the president, remember. But let's pass that. But I just wanted to narrate on that it's not a cast in a stone because it's in a constitution, therefore. And the issue that you did not approach the president, that you should be the one who's appointed to the minister of police. I understand that. But why we said that, as Umkhonto we said that when Puti Manamela was promoted, we thought it would have been proper, though we can't dictate to the president. But,
Chair,
no, wait.
Maybe, Chair.
Wait.
Can I ask something?
Yes.
Before you continue? Chair, maybe for your protection, is it the ad hoc committee or is it MKP that you are answering to?
Honorable Deputy Minister, what is the question?
Is it answer in terms of the MKP or the ad hoc committee? Because the honorable member who's asking me say,
let me say this.
The question that you ask is cancelled.
Let me say this.
The question that you ask is cancelled. We give you.
I want to be consistent as well, Chair, because Sangweni said the ANC.
Honorable Sangoni.
Honorable Sangweni, yes. But that is main.
Sangoni.
Sangoni. And the deputy minister did not reject that. But be that as it may, let's pass that. I'm not going to be petty, Chair. Let's pass that. But I'm just saying that.
I can clarify, Chair, if I'm allowed.
No. I said the question is cancelled. So
yeah, okay.
We start on a clean slate. Let's allow him to ask.
Now,
forget that question because it may distract your chain of thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, we know now, as we sit here, that we have a problem in the South African Police Service, especially in the top management. As we sit here, things are happening. We have acting DNCs, if I'm right. In your view, is that the way how we should run the department?
If you can just elaborate a little bit about the acting DNC.
And what I'm saying, we have deputy national commissioners. 2 of them are acting. Is that a proper for the department of that magnitude to have this crisis which we have? Unless the deputy minister say there's no crisis. In my view, I think we have a crisis in the department.
I respect your view, but I'm saying, no, it is not desirable. Actually, I said it, that our systems should be able to say, Pauli Boshielo, in 6 months' time, you'll be 60 because their retirement is 60, and then you'll be out of the system. Then automatically, a process must kick in where you want a person who's going to replace Pauli Boshielo when he leaves on the 31st. Pauli Boshielo will start on the 1st. So there should not be any vacancy if the posts are budgeted for and they have the budget.
Now, the most, let me rephrase it like this. We are sitting here because of what General Mkhwanazi has alerted the country about what is happening in the police service. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
You know, it's in fact, I must say this, that perhaps in the future of what exactly is happening here, we must try to avoid and you know, the issue of the participation in this ad hoc committee, because some of us, as we worked, you know, in the portfolio committee, we know exactly what happened because we started in the beginning with you. So we know exactly what is happening, what are your challenges as well. And remember, we want to help. We don't just come in here and want to criticize. We want to help because this affects, you know, the crime in this country. You know, we've got drug problems in this country. We've got killings as we sit here. You know, Honorable James already said that in Rehere Park, I think yesterday, 6 people were gunned down. In Cape Town, it's like a song. And we know that we won't be able to have policemen and women in each and every street in this country. We know that we still have vacancies as well which have to be filled, both in the detective service and in other criminal intelligence, VISP, and others. In your view, what do you think should happen going forward, just to make sure that the integrity of the police service is maintained and we have the confidence of even internationally as well, because as we sit here, our image is battered.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. If I can take you to number 48, where I said the work of this ad hoc committee must lead to the subs that is not only effective, but is trusted. Based on the evidence that have been presented before you by the Minister, the National Commissioner, the DNC, and the Provincial Commissioner, trust will be built on 3 pillars. The first one, the pillar of lawful process. Second one, the pillar of internal accountability. And the third one, the pillar of external oversight.
You know, my only worry, DM, is that the minister, it looks like he was working on silos. The issue of the IMC, that if I heard you well, he never discussed anything with you that this PKT team, it was not only for our department, you know, the police department. There was other ministerial, I'll put it like that, to say there were other ministers as well. But as well, they were not consulted, am I right? We know now, yes.
The minister was here. You asked the question,
yes,
and he responded.
So, no, what I want to find out from you, that he never discussed anything with you when it comes to PKTT.
PKTT or the IMC?
No, the PKTT. I'm talking about the PKTT before I go to the IMC.
As
Yes.
I said, we did not discuss it. We discussed it when we were doing the organogram.
Yes.
The organizational structure. And then on the 5th of March, when we went to the portfolio that we're in, remember it was on the program.
Yes.
The 3 the crime intelligence report, the KPTT, and also what Lieutenant Mukwanazi said on Police Day, 2025 Police Day. So that's when I then realized what is it all about, the background, its successes, and everything. Thank you.
Yeah, why I'm asking that, DM, is that if I heard you well earlier, you said, you know, you were in the border, you were deployed in Northern Cape, Northwest, and Limpopo. Then you were doing some in the border. When you came back, you know, you bought some fireworks, you know, and prainyana of some kind. And you were shocked. You thought it's a fake, am I right, if I remember well? You thought that letter was a fake because social media, there's a lot of fake news anyway nowadays. But you were shocked that it was real, that the letter was issued by the minister. I'm not sure whether, perhaps it's not like, I think consultation as well, as I work with my colleagues. Obviously, if I have to issue a serious matter like that, I mean, the respect which was supposed to be confined to you between yourself and the other deputy by the minister was essential in this matter. Do you agree on that?
I just want to go straight to that question, as you said. And then we said, I said, is it?
I think you want number 46, where you said this meeting allowed me, I'm not sure,
when
maybe?
you phoned me, 46.
Page 17.
No, it's conclusion, page 17.
Was
There's somewhere where I was asked, remember we asked these questions, it will be a topic so that I'm accurate and not wish, oh, it's number 11, page 11. I said, like you said, that I became aware of the letter and then thought it was fake until it was done. If you can go to 27, I said, in my view, respective view, not anybody's view, whether right or what, I believe that the letter could have been handled differently because of its sensitivity. Consultation with relevant stakeholders could have been preceded the writing of the letter. The gap created by the lack of reasonable and adequate consultation gave the opportunity for the controversy for this controversy to erupt. And I think there's one honorable member who asked me, what do I mean by relevant stakeholders? And then I listed them.
Yeah, and quite frankly, it was really distasteful, to say the least, that Brown Mokgotsi knew so many things which are happening in the department, which you were not privy to. Am I right?
Actually, I don't even know Brown Mokgotsi.
I remember you said that, but what I'm saying, we are concerned that the matters which were supposed to be known by the two DMs was the person who was privy to the information. Why is the minister was your colleague? You didn't know about that, but Brown Mokgotsi knew about these issues. Some other issues of the department.
I think that's what maybe at the end of this process, you would have the evidence. For sure, you'll call him to come and answer for himself too. You can't take one side of the story. And then after you have that, maybe when you come to that conclusion, you'll be able to give us the report. Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, Chair, why I'm saying all this is because the DM says this on number for page 17, number 46, this meeting allowed me to have an understanding of the operations of the PKTT because I had not been privy to its operations and reports. So, in other words, there were a lot of issues which were happening which we were not privy to. Am I right?
Yes, remember we just came in.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, remember you almost have 12 months, am I right? 13 to 12 months working with the minister.
Yeah, but it's like between, maybe you can't count July and December.
Oh, okay. But in your view, when I conclude, or perhaps the question would be that the decision is not yours. That I know. But in your view of whatever happened, or what you heard in the ad hoc committee at the Madlanga Commission as well, and from the minister when he was sitting with us here, do you think it would be proper for the minister to be, because it's suspended, to be reinstated? I know it's a very difficult question, it depends on the president.
It's not suspended.
It's special leave. Yes. Remember, there was that. We are in court. We must remember that. We are still in court on that matter. That the issue of special leave then changed to, there's another way which they use, SIM. There was the issue of special leave. Then there was the issue of, remember the leave, when you go on special leave, you ask for, am I right?
That is a legal question. I agree. I have 31 qualifications. One of them is not law.
Yeah.
I did not do law. So it will be more on people who can interpret the law. And
DM, the time of the honorable member has expired.
I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can we take Honorable Cameron? Is your hand up, Honorable Matthews? You are allowed.
How much time would I have? I'm joking.
Honorable Skosana, may you please
Dr.
switch.
DM, we clear about the message that you received and that you were the deputy minister that was part of that message that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi spoke to us about. You've indicated that you have a good working relationship with him. Did the two of you engage about who this deputy minister is? Because when he came before us, he didn't know who was the deputy minister who was part of the messages that went about.
He did not know. As I've explained to you, when we deal with this issue at this level of the executive, you're not necessarily personal. You get a tape from the DNC, a concerning one, that there's this thing. What you do then, you go to the National Commissioner as the head of the administration and say, Commissioner, there's this thing. And then that's how it came in. So we never discussed this thing.
So I wasn't asking in the sense of you reporting to him, but I'm sure you listened to his testimony here, and he said he spoke about a deputy minister that received a message. So I'm talking about after that, did you have an engagement with him?
No, I did not,
Okay,
because he
that's
was not addressing me, he was addressing you. And I don't know why he didn't say DM Boshielo.
Okay. So you think he knew?
I don't know.
don't
I
know.
can't,
Okay.
I can't talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sangun.
DM, why do you think General Sibiya sent this message to you, specifically you? Why not the other ANC DM Matale? Why you?
I don't know whether he sent to me only, because as I said, the message were not all only from him, it was forwarded. It's that one that forwarded many times. It's just that for me, it concerned me when he said, I must be careful, they might be backing my phones and emails and what. And then that's when I then said to, we spoke first with the National Commissioner after, and then I said, National Commissioner, I'm surprised, what is this? Then that's what happened. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sangun. Thank you so much, Honorable Matthews. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Cameron, let me set your time. 9 minutes past 4, 29 minutes after 4, your time expires.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Let me just sit forward a bit. DM, DM, I'm going to jump straight into it. With regards to a lot of information that has come forward regarding relationships between senior South African Police Service members and the likes of persons like Kat Matlala, etc. someone like Mr. Matlala, who also seems to have received tenders and so on, like the Medicare 24 contract, I'm going to touch on that again now. From your position in the ministry, did you at any time notice anything strange regarding relationships with A. Kat Matlala or A. Brown Mogotsi? I know you've already said today that you don't know them, so I'm not insinuating that. But did you pick up anything strange? If so, what was it? And do you think that their involvement, or what we've heard so far, let's say alleged involvement, in any way influenced disciplinary action against senior members?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The first one, as I said, I don't know Kat Matlala, I don't know Brown. I heard them when they were spoken in this ad hoc committee. Obviously, I went and Googled them and watched what, is natural to say what you are dealing with. But in terms of the tender, the minister raised a concern about this tender in December. And I must say, I did not understand because we don't get involved in tenders as deputy ministers or as ministers. It's the accounting office. So I don't know what tender is there or what. So I was surprised when the minister raised a concern about this tender. Then he called a meeting convened by the National Commissioner and people who were dealing with supply chain management and also the CFO. And he then asked them what process did they go through, and he doesn't think it was fairly awarded. And then they must go back and check, and then we'll have another meeting. He gave them, I think, 4 or so days. They went back. When they came back, they then confirmed that they went through the process and these people qualify. Then he insisted that they don't qualify, the tender must be cancelled. And then I remember the administration then raised the question to say, but they are finishing to assess the students that are supposed to go to college in January, so it will disturb them. Can they currently finish the one that were there, and then they will then get into the issue, which he agreed. And then they went and investigated, and the National Commissioner then cancelled the tender. I think when he was in this committee, he even thanked the minister for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Diem. In terms of your oversight role as a deputy minister, let's say the ministry broadly, do you think that SAPS has adequate mechanisms to detect or prevent outside individuals like Mr. Matlala, even Mr. Mogotsi, from exerting influence over procurement, appointments, and investigations? The reason I asked this, so yesterday in the portfolio committee, we had a whole discussion about supply chain. Now, we've mentioned it before in the ad hoc committee as well, but if you look at the material irregularities that were found by the Auditor General, I think it's a 140% increase from the previous financial year. And I think there's 2.5 billion rands worth of irregular expenditure from previous years that hasn't been recovered yet. What I want to know is are the relevant mechanisms in place? Because the answer that was given by Lieutenant General Fani yesterday, I remember Honorable James started laughing when he answered. He said that unfortunately it sometimes happens that people that are on the bid committees are not competent, but he's the one that chooses them. So my answer to him was, but General, how do you say that? Because it cannot be that for a 360 million rand contract we don't have someone deciding over that bid. So tell us, what do you think about the mechanisms in place?
I will still repeat again, but also directly answer you, that on 443.2, I said the pillar that we need to improve is the pillar of internal accountability. In terms of the internal, the tenders and the supply chain management, one, remember you are dealing with human factors, and then they will always have that temptation to do things that they are not supposed to do. That is why I'm proposing that we digitize or go online so that we are able to trace what is going on and then be able to take irregularities just in time. Secondly, they must be vetted, you know, and maybe I stole somewhere in Polokwane and then I'm now in the police, I'll do the same and all. You don't put a person there for a long time such that he even know how to circumvent the systems that are there. But I'm also disappointed that the Risk Management Committee did not pick up some of the things that you are saying. I was supposed to be in the meeting, but of course I have to prepare to be here. And the second one, what did the internal audit committee also not pick some of the issues back? So as I'm saying this, these are some of the things that I have noticed them, but because there's this process coming in, we should be able to reset the button with also the recommendation from yourself.
So it's not a question that I wrote down, but when you answered now, you said that we need to make sure that people are vetted, and you said that it was something along the line of we need people with integrity in supply chain, honest people in supply chain. If you look at supply chain at the moment in the police, and the reason why I mention supply chain so much in the procurement process is because of the whole Cat Matlala Medicare 24 thing, and it fits in the terms of reference. How would you, from your side, explain the fact that we currently have a divisional commissioner of supply chain management that himself was implicated in a previous SIU investigation? You're aware of the Red Roses company and the PPE and so on. Are you aware of any steps by Minister Nkunu to address that? Because you know, it's one thing to vet the people that we do business with, but it's a problem when the people doing the business aren't vetted either.
Yes, I'm aware about it. He brought it to our attention, and then a meeting was called with the National Commissioner, and the matter is, as you said, is in the report. And the minister raised a concern that why is this person here when there is this thing that have to be there. I'm not sure whether the National Commissioner was able to investigate and give the minister the report, or where is it? But the minister, yes, we picked it up, we discussed it, and rightly so, the minister can investigate it. Is the National Commissioner that was supposed to do that.
Thank you, DM. DM, I've got 2 or 3 last questions. With regards to the Medicare 24 contract, there were obviously a whole lot of serious allegations that came from it. And specifically the irregular procurement process and the relevant costs. And again, you can address it from your point of view in the ministry. When you first became aware of it, I know you said that the minister gave the instruction and so on, but was there anything else that was, because if I'm not mistaken, and excuse me for asking the other members of the police committee, of whom I only see 1 year now, 2, is that the Auditor General indicated that the Medicare contract was actually part of this last year's financial year's irregular expenditure. So what I want to understand is that there's someone at the moment, a few people sitting in SAP's management that signed off on it, gone through the correct process as the Auditor General has shown us. What else was done to get to the bottom of this, to address those individuals?
That's what I'm saying. The minister was very particular about this tender, and his belief, and very strongly so, that it was not awarded correctly, and he also demanded that it be cancelled. And then he was able to show why this process was not. Because, as I said, we had a first meeting with the National Commissioner and then with the supply chain people and give them time, because when they responded, like you said, as a normal being, they responded that they went through the processes and they believe that he deserved to be awarded the tender. But the minister was of the view that that was not correct and they should go back and then come back again to assure him that it was done correctly. So when they came back, they still said they went through the process, but the minister could not hear any of it. And then he then said it must be cancelled. That's when they pleaded that they finished the remaining one and it was done. In terms of action taken against these officials that have done this, I've not had a report from the National Commissioner. Thank you.
So I think that's what I was getting at, is that I want to understand who was fired or who is going to be fired. So that's the thing, and we'll ask the same to Acting Minister Kachalia too. But I think that's what we want to get to. We want to see heads roll for that, because that's not a mistake. The Medicare 24, and I think it's important for the record, Chair, especially when it comes to the people from procurement from SAPS, not the ministry so much, is that the Medicare 24 contract wasn't a minor oversight or a mistake. It was blatant corruption. People saw an opportunity to steal money from the state. They pushed it through in order to enrich themselves. It's that simple. So I think by the end of this, even before the ad hoc committee ends, we should have already seen people being fired for stealing tax money. The last two
Chair,
yes.
Just to also add what you're saying, one of the brigadiers, you know, that is resigned within 24 hours and joined the Medi 24. So, but we'll still follow up in terms of action that need to be taken.
That wasn't a good pension decision for her because the contract ended very quickly. DM, my last question is with regards to consequence management. In your view, if you had to start a cleaning process of SAP senior management, who would you zoom in on regarding procurement failures? So that's the first part of the question. And if you had to start the lifestyle audit process, who are the, let's say, the 5 individuals that you would kick off with? The reason, and I want to quantify or qualify why I'm saying this, is that I believe that if we want to clean up SAPs, we have to address the integrity issue. So I want to understand from your point of view and the experience you've gained over the past year, where do you think we need to start with that integrity testing process?
I think I've said that one, we need to, according to me, check the qualification if they qualify to also be there. I've talked about the vetting. The lifestyle audit also might come in to understand what is going on. Appoint people that are able to do their work and have integrity or any other thing. Where I am, Chair, I must be honest to you, I'm not able to point to say where Boshielo, Honorable Cameroon, and what they should be out, and then thereafter the system will be foolproof. I'll be telling lies. I think we need to explore also what other organizations are doing to improve their SCM and all others, and then come out with what will work for SAPS. So I think that's what I would do. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Chair, just a closing comment. I think we have to try and find some kind of a way, I'm not sure how yet, to quantify the losses that we've seen. So the comparison that we made from the Auditor General report Honorable James was speaking about the scanners. I think Honorable Matthijs at some stage, not yesterday, but previously also spoke about the scanners. There were a few members that spoke about the scanners that needed to scan cargo coming into the country. Now, with 650 million rands worth of irregular expenditure, we could buy more than 20 scanners. And it might be a very simple comparison. There are many other things that are also needed in the police. But I think we need to start understanding that this isn't just money that we just lose along the way. It literally is the difference between success and not. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DM.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chair. But also, the other issue that me and you knows is that the CI, while it's part of the SAPS, also report to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, and then on other operations that, encounter intelligence and all other things that are not for the public. That is why they report there, so that's why I'm saying we must benchmark with organizations that the same as us, because it's a different thing altogether. But I'm taking your advices with the humility that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. The two of you, Honorable Cameron and Honorable Boshielo, belong to another committee. When you are here, the chairperson is me. Because
Chair, I'm very sorry. I apologize.
When you keep on saying chair, I become alive, but I see you are looking at him.
You should have started a point of order, Chair.
I'm so sorry, Chair. I'm so sorry,
No,
Chair.
it's just a light matter.
Correct, you're correct. You're the Chair. Yeah.
To worry about. Let's hear Honorable Matthijs.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to follow up, on the meeting, you said that the minister called to get a briefing on the Medicare tender. So it's a bit confusing, Dr. DM, because at one point the ministry doesn't get involved in tenders, and then the minister is calling for a briefing on how this tender was how it was procured, or how the process that it went through. Was it the only tender that the minister asked for a briefing on for the accounting officer to explain the process in awarding it?
Yes.
So he gave them 4 days to go. They came back and they still presented that this thing was proper. So during,
Yes.
okay, so what I'm trying to work out is that how did the minister know that it was done? Because if he's only getting the briefing from the team, right? Did he have other information that you might be aware of? And it's okay if you don't know.
I think so, because he insisted on it being cancelled.
And then did he give evidence, or not evidence, but did he say, no, this was not done procedurally, X, Y, and Z? Or he just said, no, it wasn't done and it needs to be cancelled? And I'm asking this mainly because in this instance, it worked out well for us, right? Because we now know that there was irregular expenditure and the tender was work. The flip side to that is that a minister can also give directives that something can be cancelled that was awarded fairly for other reasons. So I'm just asking, were there actual procedural milestones or blocks, I should say, where he could recognize that, no, this was done wrong, and based on what?
I think he raised it with the National Commissioner as the accounting officer.
But you were part of the meeting.
Yeah, but he did not say, you asked me why did he, the reasons why he did it. But he was very strong in terms of it being cancelled.
But he didn't give reasons why. He was
He
just
gave
saying
it to the
wasn't-
National Commissioner.
Oh, not, it wasn't part of you, or not part of that meeting. Okay, that's understood. Thank you. Thank you, dear.
Honorable Skosana, are you fine?
No, Chair, when I raised my hand, I just wanted to say to the DM that our chair is not the chair here today. So you already pick it up. Thank you.
Because the two of you are here, you are intimidating Honorable Bangazita.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Afternoon, Honorable Mkong.
Well, a lot of questions actually have already been asked, and you have responded to them, so I honestly am not going to spend time.
And then there's an agenda, and then you can get a thing or whatever. But what was consistent was the meeting between the ministry and the top management of the department.
In those impromptu meetings, if I may actually describe them like that, the issue of the minister's intention to disband PKTT never arose.
It arose when we were discussing, as I said earlier, maybe because you came a little bit late, when we were discussing the organizational structure, and then it came up and we discussed about it.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. You have already said that the minister had not actually assigned any roles and responsibilities to you, but were you able to inform the president who had actually appointed you, that, look, Mr. President, you have appointed us, but we still have no roles and responsibilities, and therefore we would not be able to actually report on our performance because
Minister himself. So we have not reached a point where we had to really go to the president and raise the issue. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister, you obviously you may have seen now the content of the directive, the letter of the 31st of December. I don't want to ask your impressions about the directive because you have already stated that in the evidence that you have presented. But I'm interested to just suss your brains on the issue of the use of the term immediately. What is your view on that? What does it mean to you? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm just laughing because English is my fourth language. It's Spedi, Stonga, and Shivenda, and then English. I might not be able to understand, but from the basic that I know, immediately is now. Now, as I'm talking to you now, if I say stand up immediately, yes. Thank you very much.
Certainly not next week.
Not even after 10 minutes. I said now, and you did. And thank you very much for following the instruction.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Political interference. Would you say that indeed political interference in the operations of the Department of Police?
As I went to length from page 30 on the issue, whether the minister conduct amounted to unlawful interference in a legal issue, it's necessarily a legal issue question which can be explained by our honorable, I know he's going to SC, to be able to explain to us because, as I said, I declared that I might be having 31 qualification, but one of it is not being a lawyer. So in terms of the two, when I explain, in terms of the two offices, the executive authority and the accounting officer, there is an interface, they must work together. There's no way in which the accounting officer can work on his own there and the executive can work on this one. This one comes with strategic issues mandate from the cabinet and then from parliament and others. And then this one must be able to implement it. So there's no way they can't interface and do that. So in terms of what I'm saying is that they should have met and discussed the issue. They would have agreed how to go about dealing with the issues rather than immediately. I know you're talking about immediately. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Minister. In fact, I was asking that question actually because in the directive, the minister had actually instructed the National Commissioner to stop filling vacant posts. In my view, and the view of other people, is that the filling of vacant posts in the Department of Police, it's a matter that actually falls in the hands of the National Commissioner, with, of course, the HR division in the department, certainly not the minister. And secondly, that the minister convened a meeting to discuss a tender and demanded that it be cancelled. And I understand that, and in fact you said it, and the other witnesses actually have said that ministers actually have no role in the issuance of the tenders and so on. But here Minister Mkhunu convenes a meeting specifically to instruct, not to ask for information, but to instruct that the tender be cancelled. Is that not interference?
Thank you very much. Let me start with your vacant post in terms of the rest of the letter. You can go to page 16 on 4.2. Then said the minister halted the filling of post immediately until substantive discussion between himself and National Commissioner takes place. According to me, in my own view, the minister should have provided reason to the National Commissioner on why the process have to be halted, and I think they would have come to a reason why and then understood. The other one, you did not mention it, but it's the port of entry. In terms of the port of entry, to be fair, because you don't just criticize, in relation to this matter, the minister's directive were very reasonable because he wanted the report at the end of the month, which is January 2025. So it gave the National Commissioner enough time to prepare for the report, but also the concerns that the minister had was able to do that. So that one I think I've done. In terms of the tender, I said it here, that he was adamant. He called a meeting, and then with the SCM, the National Commissioner, the SCM, the CFO, they explained, he insisted, and then they said, no, according to them, they went through the process. He deserved to be awarded the 2024, then too. And then he sent them back. After 4 days, they came back and still presented that they took the correct information and what. But he still insisted that tender must be cancelled. So I would not know, as I think Honorable Mateus also asked the same questions. I think he had his own reason, maybe why he wanted it to be done. But the principles still stand. I don't even know what tenders are there in the police service because that's not my responsibility and duty.
You want to allow him to ask on your behalf?
Or me?
No. He wants to make a follow-up. Let's allow him to come in. Honorable Nomba.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. DM, The information that was brought before this committee is that there was an instruction by the minister to the national commissioner in relation to the tender to appoint the internal audit. And then the tender was cancelled as a result of findings and recommendations that were made by the internal audit. Are you aware of that?
I think I answered that he had that conversation with the National Commissioner, and I think they dealt with the matter. And then the National Commissioner told this committee that he cancelled the tender and thanked the minister very much for bringing to it attention.
Yeah, no, because what I wanted to establish is, was a cancellation as a result of the influence by the audit report, or it was a unilateral decision taken by the minister after considering all the concerns that were surrounding the contract?
That's something when they agreed with the National Commissioner, maybe they agreed on that process, because if the tender was actually cancelled after 4 or 5 months, not immediately. No, cancelled immediately. It was after 5 months. So it, like, they agreed on that process that we're talking about.
Honorable TM, there is a worrying coincidence here. Things are happening in December. The meeting that cancels the tender is in December. The letter that disbands PKTT is in December. The meeting between Mr. Matlala and the former minister, Cele, is on the 6th of December. At that meeting, Mr. Matlala informs the former minister, Mr. Cele, that he has actually been awarded a tender of 350 or 360 million rand, and that there are strings attached to that tender, namely that he is expected to finance the campaign activities of a particular candidate to the presidency of a particular party. And that he was expressly told not to ever talk to Mr. Cele and Mr. Zuma too. Then it would appear that the information actually leaked. Indeed, Mr. Matlala and Mr. Cele had met. And that must have actually infuriated certain quarters. And then decided to wield an axe to stop at all costs this tender, because the conditions have actually been violated. Cele had been met. And that might actually precipitated that meeting you attended and the directive on the 31st of December. What would you say to a person who actually joins the dots like that?
I don't know these things that we're talking about, who met Mang and Man. I don't know them. But just to correct that, the letter was on the 31st of December, but the tender one was in January. So it's the letter first that came first before the tender one. But what I know as a matter of fact is that the tender was awarded in June before we assumed office on the 2nd of July. And by that time, the minister was still Minister Cele. That's all I know. Other characters, where they met, who whipped what, presidency, I don't know.
Okay, it's on record here. You will have sight of that because it was said here under oath. Honorable Deputy Minister, your views on the operations of the PKTT. Did they actually do a good job in your view? You must have read the reports and seen reports. In your view, did they do a good job?
I'm just talking about the report that I found or was presented on the 5th of March, where they gave a background, why it was formed, when the president went there, and the late Kunu was killed and everything. And then the cases that they dealt with, the successes that was there, and the budget and all other things. Just looking at that document only, not being informed by anything or any influence, I think there was some sort of success in terms of doing their work.
But would you then, on the basis of that report, say that the reasons for its disbandment, which were advanced in the directive, were plausible?
I think I've said in my statement, if you've seen, I just want to use the correct word I said. That actually what I said, just that I don't say it here, I said it was practically impossible for the PKTT to be disbanded at that time on the 31st of December, but I wanted to use the correct word that I... 11.
Bangazita. Bangazita. Bangazita.
Honorable Chairperson,
What is
I'm aware that I'm left with 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, but in short, I'm trying to say, because I don't want to contradict myself, I just wanted to give you the correct one, because it seems when I was on it, you were not yet here. But I was, oh yeah, there it is, number 35. I said, in essence, my view is that a consultative process would have provided comprehensive ground on which the minister could confirm his disbandment decision. The instruction to immediately disband the BKTT posed serious risk of impossibility of implementation. That is the word I was looking for. And then the report on which a disbandment decision could be taken would have possibly contained the status of the investigations and operations, the impact of the disbandment on these operations, and the general assessment of whether the PKTT is still serving the purpose. Thank you.
Well, my last question actually has to do with your conclusion, Honorable Deputy Minister. I'm not sure whether it is going to be a question, but I'm very impressed with your paragraph 47 in your conclusion, where you are actually saying that it is essential to reinforce and rebuild trust in the South African Police Service. And then you get to the nub of the issue. You say it begins with integrity, accountability, principled leadership. I'm interested in the principled leadership. Can you unpack that for me?
Thank you very much. As I was talking about the principal leadership throughout the day, it's like one, working together as a team. Two, where there's a problem, you are able to deal with it immediately and provide solution. Where you see things are not working out, like I said, we could see there was some gap between the national commissioner and the minister. We're able to call them and tell them, fix this, because it's going to affect us. So those are principled one, not necessarily on whose side you are taking and whose side you are not taking.
Thank
Just
you,
that we don't have
Honorable.
time, I would have taken.
Thank you so much, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
stop
Thank you,
speaking,
Chair.
Stop speaking, all of you. Your time has ended. Follow-up questions, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. DM, when I was asking, I think maybe I've omitted that. I just wanted to find out whether the Department of Planning and Monitoring have indeed you consulted, or perhaps raised issues, especially when what you told us that there was no delegation of powers. They were aware of that, because I believe that department is responsible as well to make sure that everything works well. All the departments in particular, were they aware of what was happening between you? Yeah, thank you.
Is it directly related to the questions that Bangazita was raising? Okay.
Honestly, I would not be able to answer that one on behalf of other department.
I'm not saying on the other department. I'm just saying that because the Department of Planning and Monitoring, what the president has said is that all the departments, there will be evaluations of everybody. Forget the lifestyle audit. What I'm saying, they were aware of that you have a problem, not that we're not working. I think let's put that aside. The issue that they were in consultation, perhaps you've been ever consulted or felt perhaps you have done better by going to them to say, we are stuck here. No, not necessarily the president. I'm talking about that department, because that's their responsibility.
I did not know about that responsibility and that instruction.
No, thank you.
Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's not really a question, but just for our evidence leaders to please follow up with the National Commissioner. I don't recall us getting a copy of the report of the investigation that led to the cancelling of the tender. And just for clarity, we are not saying that we support or we don't support the cancelling of the tender. The issue here is that whether it was done, was there political interference, and how the matter went. So we must get the report, and also who were the investigators that investigated the tender that led to it being cancelled. But to be clear, we are glad that it was cancelled. We just want to know if it was done properly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. SC, do you have any further question to ask? I'm checking, all the speakers my speakers list is exhausted. I'm checking if you have any question to ask the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to continue, Honorable Deputy Minister, the fish and pond and sea analogy. It seems to me that you're a very small fish in a huge pond. And what I want to thank you as the team of evidence leaders for your cooperation and for your evidence here today and your insights. I think the tendency is to say, no, you hear Kat Matlala, you hear about Brown Mogotsi in this thing. But this is much, even though there are millions and millions, hundreds of millions of rands involved, It's much bigger than that. It's what we've heard from the Portfolio Committee. Over a period of so many billions of rands that's been lost, stolen, leaked, and misappropriated. So, firstly, we're talking about a huge department, maybe the biggest in government. It's difficult to know where to start, this rot that we now know that has manifested. Is it the whole appointments procedure, the appointment of ministers, the appointment of deputy ministers, the allocation of functions to you? It's, for example, you may have been appointed, no one would have had a problem with the allocation of powers and functions, but you may have been appointed allocations, tasks and powers that is completely innocuous and that would have had no effect on what had happened. That could have been done deliberately, intentionally, by design, or accidentally. We don't know. Or is it the appointment of the most senior management, the National Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners, divisional heads, some by the President, others by the Minister? The procurement, of course. Can you be held accountable for the appointment of an evaluation bid committee, the adjudication committee, and then the authority who finally signs off on a big procurement? The organizational design. Your evidence here today was, and that's important. It's not useless evidence, that you weren't even aware of the PKTT until, I think you said, firstly it was in a letter, and then you became more aware of it on the 5th of March when you went to Parliament, and like many of us just heard the presentation there. Issues of crime intelligence. It's just way above your head. Then there's oversight here in Parliament itself. Is that effective? Or is it often the case that it's too late? The horse is already bolted. The infiltration in all these other sections of the police departments has already taken place. And by the time we come here, the best we can do, if at all, is some damage control. So then there's the difficult question which you tried your best to avoid because you're not a lawyer, but there's the issues of executive authority and operational management. Is that line, is there a bright line, or is there some vague area where ministers, deputy ministers should still assume some control? But obviously, people who are honest and who are committed to cleaning up the process. So there's the issue of competence and whether people are qualified to hold certain positions, and vetting processes. Are people just being appointed, and the next thing you hear, no, but actually they've got some hidden or dark past, and they should not have been appointed. So, thank you, Chair. Deputy Ministers, a bit of a speech, but I just thought I'd summarize my own thoughts in view of your evidence today, and we'll take it further tomorrow with the Acting Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Oh,
Honourable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to do this privately, Deputy Minister, but upon reflection, I think it's best I do it publicly. Thank you for being a black female South African with such academic prowess, representing yourself in the way that you do. Thank you that we can say you are there on merit, and your qualifications is not fake. You are a legitimate doctorate holder. And so you must be the face of what this country has fought for. A black, female, South African academic of your caliber. Thank you.
I'm humbled.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Sauls wanted to say that you should be the minister, but he wanted to go around. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any other honorable member who still wants to give Dr. Boshielo accolades? Yes. You endorse what he said. A black, and not from one institution, from many institutions. This is what we have been saying, Honorable Boshielo, about the two female advocates that work with the senior counsel. That from the progressive perspective, it's very encouraging to see young African females defying the odds, rising against adversity, to raise their hands to be counted amongst the best. I know when you were the MEC of Education in Limpopo, you used to call yourself Deputy Mother because you were acting in loco parentis on behalf of the parents who have left their children under your supervision. And what the honorable members are saying here is that you must continue and live to be the inspiration that you are. When you come here, the SC announces to South Africans that you are a doctor with 30 other qualifications. It lives up to our mission in the National Development Plan when we say we want to build a global citizen. But you know, the cherry on top is when you say your doctoral degree is on technology, which is the economy we live today. And Honorable Sangon is going to agree with me 120%. When we think about technology, in fact, you must inspire many other South Africans to say, when we think about technology, we must run like Usain Bolt on the tracks. We must run like our own Akani Simpini on the tracks when technology comes to mind, because technology is the world we live today. And it comes in paradigms. All the time is going to be with us, and that is why now we talk about the fourth industrial revolution. I have heard others talking about the fifth industrial revolution. Academically, I don't know if the fifth industrial revolution is already there, but anything is possible with technology, and for that we want to thank you so much. It will not be fair. I mean, honorable members have given you accolades here, and that you are the first female witness to appear before us. It will only be fair on my part and living up to my reputation as the benevolent chair. Not the Beni chair, the benevolent chair. To give you a chance to say something, if there is anything that you would like to say.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm actually trembling and because I'm being humbled to appear before the committee. The support, I must say, that have been given by the senior counsel and his colleagues and also the members, when they were asking questions, they were direct and not personal. But also, I learned a lot from what they were saying. The calmness that was asked, you could see it was in good spirit. And I'm more than prepared and now energized to even do my best so that we can get this organization to be right. And also with Mr. Cameroon, I know you warned me, and Mr. Honorable Skozana and Honorable Cameroon, I really, really appreciate all of you. Honorable Sol, I don't want to cry. I honestly don't want to cry. But you really humbled me. You really humbled me, because that's what we want to show, that as Black or African women, we are able and capable. Because others will think we got positions because of the favor or because we slept with somebody or whatever. But your observation today is what I wanted to portray to everybody. Thank you very much, and really, really make me want to cry. And Chairperson, thanks very much for your fairness and you know how you conducted this. And Honorable Mateis and Honorable Sangoni, all of you, I'm grateful and I'm humbled. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, honorable members. Let me make this announcement. First of all, I must congratulate you for the manner in which you did your business today. And I always say that it is the quality of interactions in a team that wins. And I now see that we have become a goal-scoring machine. Thank you so much for your conduct and the manner in which we do our work. Always very agile and incisive. SC, thank you so much for today's business. And the Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you. The ever-working staff of Parliament, thank you so much for the exercise that we have embarked upon. Is innovating, is energy-sapping, but you always appear indefatigable. So we want to thank you so much for that. And the members of the media who are with us here this week, tomorrow, is Honorable Minister, Acting Minister Kachalia. And then we have IDEC on Thursday and Friday. We are going to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. 10 o'clock. Are we fine? O'clock. Okay. Let's be here at 10. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you so much.